Thank you, Raj.
I'm back to sleeping horribly. Golly. So did you see the calamity in our family over the weekend?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I did. I'm sorry. Yes, I did. How's she doing?
Well, I mean, she'll be fine, but
How'd she do it?
she was, they have a stool that's surrounded by wood, and she climbs in it and she stands on it, and she like helps them cooking in the kitchen and what have you. And so she was climbing out, caught her foot, fell on her left arm. Yeah. Friday night, we're just sitting here chilling. Gonna be a nice, relaxing weekend.
Not so much.
Not so much at all. Nope. 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 Kind of sucked, actually. Morning, everybody.
Yeah, what's that, Raj? I know it's been a week. I don't know if I think this mic, just because this room's pretty echoey. I finally put a filter on the mic. I don't know if it's better. It sounds the same to me.
I can't tell much difference yet.
All right.
Maybe that's why it sounded weird off the bat for me for some reason.
Yeah, I found
But you sound good.
I had to have someone bring up the old mic condom for me.
You sound at least as good as ever.
So I don't know who's in this pool. It's my cousin's, and he is much younger than me. He's my godson also. But there is a guy that's leading the pool in the ESPN pool that is at the 99.1 percentile of all pools.
Wow.
Right.
You almost have to nail the Final Four to get that.
He did. He did have it. He had Illinois beating Florida. And he had Arizona beating Gonzaga. Those were like the only two he missed. But it's pretty impressive, I think, to be up that high. And you're 99.1 percentile, and he was like still at, in the 21,000s as far as where he ranked, to put how many that come out of that.
Hey, morning, Yandel.
What do you say, Jay?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you on this first Monday of April. Hope you had a good weekend, Easter weekend, sports weekend. Thanks for starting your week off with us. How the heck are you, Miller and Moulton? MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Top of the morning to you, Mark. Hope you and your family had a good Easter holiday. How are you?
I think they did. I mean, I think it was probably more enjoyable for them because I didn't complain about anything. And if I did, they couldn't hear me. They were several miles away. But no, low-key Easter. My son is now my caretaker for about 10 days. So I get to boss him around and tell him to make me breakfast and clean things. That's kind of fun. But all in all, things are good here. We've watched a lot of hockey over the past few days. We watched a little golf this weekend. I put The Sopranos on and he gets excited as opposed to my mother and wife who leave the room. So no, everything is pretty good. I know you had an eventful weekend, probably not as low key as you wanted. And I don't know if that spoiled it. If Easter dinner then became takeout, I'm not exactly sure there, but I know you had a very interesting weekend to say the least. So I don't know how much sports, if at all, you watched over the weekend.
Well, I still managed to watch a decent amount. I did. Probably not as much as I would have. Friday night had the first physical calamity with the grandkids. They're going to fall. They're going to hit their head. They're going to break things. We all know what's going to happen. All right. 4-year-old granddaughter somehow, some way fell and broke her humerus, broke her upper left arm.
That's not funny. There's nothing humorous about it.
No. Matter of fact, a year and a half ago, I broke my right humerus. Okay.
The oxymoron of all bones.
And so she had to be, taken to fortunately, there's a great children's hospital in Jacksonville, and they did a terrific job. They put the bone back in place. They pinned it. I had to have a surgical procedure Saturday morning to do it. So I will say, the grandparents, she gets to watch as much television as she wants when she comes over the grandparents. Okay. That's not how it is at home. Okay. Mom runs a tight ship.
I would imagine that she does. I would imagine TV's not on I would imagine the husband has a tough time watching a game in that house.
Well, I don't know about that. Okay. At least in the PM hours. Okay. He, can get his sports on. But see, Mom grew up without a TV in her room. For Mom to watch TV, she had to come out in the living room. She had to be with Mom and Dad. Okay. And she had to lobby hard to get the TV away from Mom and Dad. So, she didn't grow up watching a ton of television. So, unfortunately, my grandkids are not watching a ton of television. But, Mark, 2 things happen when you're a kid and you break a bone. Do you know what you get? A lot of TV and a lot of dessert. You want ice cream? Okay. I mean, cake? What do you want? And it's Easter weekend to boot. Man, we got chocolate everywhere. Yeah.
It's funny. I knew the ice cream was coming, but I have to be brutally honest with you. Given the fact that my daughter, I'd have to pay her money to come watch television with her parents. She thinks television is a waste of time. That she's got the phone now. Right. So it's YouTube shorts and a bunch of crap that you have to try to your best to monitor. But the TV, a show, boring.
Right. But your daughter's going to be 12 soon.
No, I know, but she didn't really watch much. It's a generation that doesn't watch TV. It just is. So it's, they're
Right. They're not drinking. Okay. And they're not watching TV. That's the
Right.
younger generation, right
Right.
now. Okay. And, personally, I feel no wonder, it's the demise of Western civilization as we know it. We've stopped drinking and we've stopped watching TV. I mean, come on. No wonder we're going to, what, in a handbasket. But anyway, so, once she got home and she was in pain, I mean, the painkillers, they were about to rub off. And so, oh no, she's home 2 hours and she's in pain. Yeah. By the way, they assigned the grandfather, okay, with I think the most important assignment of the weekend. I mean, grandmother had to watch the other grandchild. Okay. All right. But grandfather, me, the least important person in the whole family. I was the one assigned to go and get all the medicine.
Well, I mean, I think they made a wise choice because there's nobody that I know, not just in your family, there's nobody in the state of Florida that I know that likes to drive an automobile more than you. Hey, David, run to the pharmacy. Hey, David, go pick up the drive-through. Hey, David, go pick up the dry cleaning.
Totally.
Hey, David, go to the bank and follow it up by going to the post office. And you say yes to all of it. So I mean, yes, important job by getting the medicine, but I think they assigned the right guy the right job.
Oh, but you got to make sure you get the right stuff. And even though they tell it to you, Mark, I mean, let's face it, they're under some duress. They're at the hospital. They're giving you instructions. They're not of sound mind. They haven't slept all night. They're worried about their oldest. I mean, I'm expecting to follow their orders to a T and to get to their place and be told, this isn't the right stuff. And then what are you going to do? Look at them when they're freaking out and go, I got you exactly what you told me to get. I can't pull rank at that moment. It's, they're under duress. I gotta be the sympathetic father/grandfather. So, but I got everything right. And not only that, I picked them up food. So when they got home from the hospital, boom, they had food. So I got the medicine right. I got the food order right. Bada bing, bada boom. And the kids on the mend. And by the way, son-in-law did cook. I mean, he threw a little something together on Sunday morning, a little meat, potatoes, cheese. Tasted good, but, he actually cooked Sunday.
Good for him. Good for him. Well, I know that, the cooking gene is not in the Moulton family, so I give him credit for the effort because I don't know if I'd want to rely upon the wife for that based on who her trainers were. Not a knock on her. I don't want anybody to think that. I just want to just based on the training she received,
which was horrible,
which was non-existent. I mean, let's be honest. Right. But, depending on what you're into, obviously the Final Four, I mean, I thought the first game I thought was just that second half was brutal basketball. Oh my goodness. The tough watch. It was a tough watch.
Yeah. I mean, it was two very physical teams and it was a tough watch. And the officials are trying to decide, are we going to call this tight? At which point we're going to call 30 fouls and a half, or are we just going to let them beat the tar out of each other?
And they went with B for the most part.
Yeah, they tried to. And, yeah, I mean, I will say, I didn't know why it took so long for Illinois to figure out that if they posted the one guy up, UConn can't stop them. Just post them up. Put 4 guys around the perimeter and post that guy up. And then make UConn adjust. If they don't double team him, he's going to score. And if they do double team him, somebody's going to be open. I mean, quite frankly, it's an NBA offense. And it took Brad Underwood nearly 30 minutes to figure it out. Because once they got down 14 mid-second half, they posted that guy up. And guess what? They cut it to 4 because he was scoring every time or kicking it out for an open 3. And I didn't know why
they started making a couple.
Yeah.
Because in the game was a lot like I thought it would be because UConn made more shots early. But for whatever reason, I've always found it tough for the 3-point shooting team to thrive in those type of arenas And
Right.
Illinois took a while before they got it going. They started making shots. They made the game interesting, but at the end, UConn just had a little bit too much for the Illini. And I think part of the reason is to what you said, because it took Illinois too long to figure out what to do offensively. And you can't do that against early teams. You just can't.
And then in the second game, I thought it was over at the second media timeout. I honestly did. And I know that we had just watched the week before that UConn was down 19 and they were down 15 at the half. But when it was 22-10, I literally thought to myself, I go, wow, this Michigan machine is seemingly unstoppable. This is wow.
The only reason I didn't is Michigan's two best players both have 2 fouls on them at that point. And the big guys out, the best offensive players out, and it didn't slow Michigan down 1 iota.
Unbelievable.
And I mean, they've been doing that to teams all year long.
Yep.
We thought Arizona was the best team next to Michigan in the country.
Yep.
I mean, we've been saying that all year. Arizona, Michigan, Arizona, Michigan, Arizona, Michigan. We've said it David and I have been talking about it, not just David and I, but everybody that talks college basketball has been talking it all year long. And Michigan just slapped them like they have everybody else all season.
You remember when Michigan beat Gonzaga by 40?
Yeah.
And I think literally the next day, because it was a Monday night and not a lot of people saw it. And you came on the next day and you said, that's the best team in the country. And I said, well, I will say this, because I was working a Monday night football game. And I go, Mark, when's the last time Gonzaga got beat by 40? I mean, at one point, it was unreal. They were up by 50 against Gonzaga. And you said, that's the best team in the country. Nobody's going to beat that. Well, guess what? Barring a big upset, 7.5 in a title game is a big number. Nova was 8.5 against Georgetown in 85, to give you an idea as to what UConn's up against tonight.
And my thoughts on Duke, but the one thing that always drives me nuts about Duke, good Duke teams, is that when they get an offensive rebound and kick it out, they don't miss. That's this Michigan team.
Whew.
If they're on the offensive glass and can kick it out, they don't miss. They hit you hard and just put the dagger in you with their ability to score off of offensive rebounds. And they're a big favorite tonight against UConn. Miller and Moulton, starting 25 minutes away.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, I hope you win, EB. I hope they win because I want to be able to give Pat a hard time for trusting David and not me this year. That's really all I have left. And I beat my wife in the pool. That's the two things I'm hanging my hat on. Because my bracket was not very good. I was not nearly as chalky as I usually am. And Paula, why are you going back to Michigan so early? I am very curious by that. It's April, not May. What the heck? You're gonna get snow, and I'm gonna giggle at you. I'm telling you right now, when it's 28 and you complain, you're not getting any sympathy from this guy, Paula. And if the kid's not up by 7:45 to get my bagel, I'm going to start yelling, "Mom, meatloaf," just so you know. Gotcha. Okay. Must be a hell of a friend. That's cool, Paula. Good for you. Is it a surprise party? Is it just a party?
I think it says best friend's surprise birthday party.
Oh, best friend surprise. Yeah, good for you, Paula. I'll be done with The Sopranos by probably the middle of this week. We're watching like 3 a day right now because he can watch it at any time with me. We have literally sat around between sports and watched Sopranos. Last night I'm like, Tigers or Sopranos? And he just kind of looked at me. I'm like, oh, yeah, it is second week of the season, isn't it?
How many times is this for Sopranos for you?
Second since the original time. I've not watched it in 20 years. I have laughed so hard. God dang, that show. There is just so many funny things. And Tony's so rotten. It's just not even, but I mean, just some of the other stuff that I laugh at. Is it a monumental birthday? 70, 75? I know you're a little older than we are. You're 65. I don't want to be mean, Paula, but is it a specific birthday? 70. Okay, awesome. Good deal. I didn't know, Paul. You could have been 60 for all I know. I know you're a grandmother, but in Florida, that doesn't really mean that you're over the age of 50. Maybe she has more friends than Paula. But not everybody, not everybody has just one friend. Not saying that you do. I'm just saying in general.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Got a nice show lined up for you today. Steve Carney. It's the Rays home opener. And remember, that means the Trop. And they've pumped 60+ million into it. those that have toured it said it's never looked so good. So 3 more years at least for the Rays and the Trop. Steve Carney will join us. Masters Week, Bob Harig, it worked out best for him to join us today. So we're going to talk today. It will be an interesting Masters. Scheffler and Rory haven't played in a while, and the first Masters since '94 without Tiger or Phil. Bob Harig will join us at 8 Eastern. And Josh Pastner in a couple hours. He's now at UNLV. We'll preview the title game. Josh has never had trouble breaking games down, whether he's involved in them or not. So Josh will join us in a couple hours.
Is he still on the East Coast? Is he in Indianapolis for the game? I mean, because obviously UNLV, that's Pacific time zone, Dave.
Right. I believe he's still in Indy.
Okay.
Yep.
I saw that guest and I'm like, damn, thank you, Josh. That's awesome.
Yep.
David, I'm getting sick of something.
Okay.
I mean, I'm getting sick of several things. Being in this room is one of them. But
I know. You are getting a little. I have noticed in the last couple of weeks, okay, that, the joy, the enthusiasm of, hey, this is going well. Oh, my goodness, this is awesome. And now you're like, get me out of here.
It's kind of a combination with things going well, though. If they're going well, why do I have to be here is the question I start asking.
Right.
So, but that part's all good. And I'm getting really sick of apologies.
Okay.
I'm getting really sick of these lame ass apologies. And, they've been for different reasons recently. But, Tiger's pathetic apology where he never admitted he had a problem. I'm going to go see it. Be in front of it. Be a man. Hey, I have a problem. I have a problem with pills and I'm going to get help. That I would have been, look at you, actually admitting something. But then I did not watch any of the 3 women's basketball games. It's not something that does it for me. It just doesn't.
Right.
But I happened to jump on X right after South Carolina finished beating UConn. And I went, the X is blowing up. This whole Dawn Staley, Gino Ariema thing is a big deal.
Right.
And Gino doubles, triples, and quadruples down after the game. He is still hung.
Right.
You see it, you know what happened. We didn't get any calls. She's a jerk. I'm the best. And then Saturday morning, we get this pathetic apology. Stick to your guns, dude. I'd have more respect for you if you didn't apologize. You did look like a poor loser. You looked pathetic in your she didn't shake my hand. Are you kidding me? Now, when you're nose to nose with a woman, I don't think you can ever win that in the public eye. You're going to look the fool, no matter who's right and who's wrong. You barking at a woman basically nose to nose when it looks like it's almost going to become a physical confrontation. And I don't think it ever was. I'm not saying that. But although she was ready, she did say she.
Well, I was going to say it's funny. It is a bad look for him, but we all would have put our money on her. She would have kicked the tar out of Gino.
Oh, and she told him that 4 times.
Right. I mean, so yes, it's a bad look for him. She's going to kill him, though.
Right.
Yeah.
And then, and yes, I'm sure that UConn forced that apology. But here's the thing. If you're Gino Ariema, and I'm being serious here, David, and they say, you've got to issue an apology, and he says, no, I don't. What's UConn going to do? Fire him? I'm being 100%. They're going to fire this guy? This is the best coach this sport's ever had. He's had more accomplishments, more championships, more undefeated seasons. I mean, the things he's done there, the short list starts with him in that sport.
Yeah.
So if he doesn't want to issue an apology, what's UConn really going to do when they tell him he has to?
Well, they're not going to do anything.
Thank you.
All right. But here's what I would love to know. Like everybody's saying UConn made him apologize. I wonder if some of his former players made him apologize. I wonder if some of his former players reached out to him and said, Gino, you know I love you. You're wrong. No, you're wrong here, coach. No, you're completely in the wrong. I mean, I love Gino. I love just about everything about Gino. I'd go to the wall for Gino. Gino was totally in the wrong. Totally in the wrong. Yeah, that fouls in the third quarter were 6-0 against his team. Now, he was right about that part. That was the only thing he was right about. Okay? It's as if he had a stroke. Okay, he had this big thing that she didn't shake his hand before the game. Yeah, she did. The video's right there.
There's video of it.
Right. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. What, did she make you wait a little bit too long? She made you wait last year too. She doesn't really do the pregame handshake thing. Okay, I mean, last year in the title game, they had to tap her on the shoulder in the huddle and say, you got to go shake Gino's hand. He was standing there for 30 seconds. Okay, whatever. It's not her thing. Who the hell cares? Okay, I'll tell you what. I thought Gino, and this will date me, I thought Gino was about to have his Woody Hayes moment. Seriously, I'm watching this going, I think somebody might need to call it a day. Somebody needs a nap, a Snickers, or they need to walk away. Seriously, as I'm going, oh, man. And then when he's saying what he's saying afterwards, I'm like, Gino, seriously. He was totally in the wrong.
I do find it funny that a coach who's been getting calls for 2 decades complains about one quarter in which he didn't. Yep, it happens, Gino. The pendulum swings, and sometimes you're not the big boy on the block anymore. I mean, that to me would have been John Shire crying after losing a game, going, well, we just didn't get any calls tonight. It's like, have a clue. So, again, I did not watch the game. I fully admit that. I began watching post-game, which I don't ever watch post-game. Post-game bores me most of the time. This post-game didn't.
Yeah, he was totally in the wrong.
100%.
Totally in the wrong. And I wonder if some of the people close to him were the ones that said, Gino, you were wrong. No, you were really wrong. Okay. Gino, you look and sound like an ass. Seriously. Okay. Sleep this off and start working on your apology. Because you are wrong.
Then again, if you're going to issue an apology, apologize.
Well, I thought he did apologize. The problem is that the apology came off as very insincere because, like you said, Mark, it wasn't just the incident at the scorer's table at the end of the game. He's doubling, tripling down after the game. So then that's why I think if you read that apology and didn't know everything that went into it, you'd go, it's okay. That apology meets the standard. All right. But, after what he did and said, I mean, there was a part of me that
refused to admit.
Yeah, there was a part of me that thought that he actually just should have let the Final Four weekend finish, and he should have done whatever he was going to do. He needed to go do face-to-face with Dawn.
So that's my take on that. I'm just sick of the apology. If that's who you are, be that way. If not, actually apologize. And apologize for everything you did. Don't send out 3 sentences and say, I'm good now.
Right.
It's all better. Because again, what the hell's UConn going to do? Nothing.
No, they're not. Unless, think about it. Was Ohio State ever going to fire Woody Hayes? No. He literally had to punch a kid in the throat on national television to fire him. But I thought Gino was about 4 seconds away. I got to be honest. I thought he was losing it. The starting 5 is next.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. floormeisters.com. CCC 1332512.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You know what was missing from that horrible apology is 3 words: Coach, Don, and Staley.
Yeah. You're still muted. Hold on, David. I mute everybody during the breaks because we're playing commercials over this.
I agree, Raj. I read it and thought to myself, so you couldn't say her name?
No, just insert the word staff in there. He obviously hates her guts.
Well, Pat Summitt and Gino didn't get along. It's okay.
I could argue it's a good thing. It's better for the sport when there are actual rivalries. But when you're
True.
wrong, you're wrong. I'm adding the point spread to today's poll question. Does Michigan win and cover the 7.5 point spread in tonight's game? Michigan wins and covers. Michigan wins. UConn wins.
If UConn wins tonight, there's some sort of voodoo going on with Hurley and UConn.
I mean, he is 19-1 in the tournament.
Right.
That's pretty good. And I think that, I mean, obviously there's a glitch going on with X, David. Puck, I think he's the best. I don't think there's anybody that has a better winning percentage than Hurley. I could be wrong, but I don't think, I mean, he's lost 1 game as the head coach. I actually think it's better than Wooden's, I think, but I could be wrong. I thought what I read over the weekend is that he was the best, but I'm not trying to argue.
Well, WESR, I mean, they had a guy named Jim Calhoun for a very long time. The guy who replaced him, Kevin Ollie, won a title. The guy who replaced him's won 2 and is coaching for a 3rd.
Oh, you're right, Buck.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Steve Carney in an hour. Bob Harig in about an hour, 20 minutes, live from Augusta. Josh Pastner, UNLV men's basketball coach. He'll break down the title game of Michigan, UConn for us a couple hours from now. You got a poll question?
Of course.
Okay.
We got a national title game. These are easy.
All right.
Who you got? But I actually threw the spread in for a change because I thought it would be a little one-side dominant if we just said Michigan or UConn. 7.5 is a pretty big number.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got 3 choices. Michigan wins and covers. Michigan wins. UConn wins. I went with Michigan wins and covers for the record.
Based on how they're playing. If you're going to lose your money, I think that's the side you got to lose it on.
Exactly.
You know, we'll see, but that's the side you got to lose it on. Dusty May getting a lot of credit because Michigan shot the ball well from the perimeter. And it found out that Dusty May had the guys shooting in the big house. Had them shooting in a big stadium. Said he was going to go to Indianapolis. Big stadium? We got a big stadium. Okay. What do you say we shoot some threes just to see some depth perception? Michigan shoots, 43, 44% from beyond the arc. The other 3 teams in the Final Four shooting between like 26 and 35%. And, you know, now Dusty May, he's a genius. Really good coach. That must have been chilly. What do you think?
Well, I know there was a couple warm days up there, but not that many. I mean, you know, Dusty May had to also be a meteorologist there too and say, okay, next Tuesday, it looks like it's going to be 65. Let's try it that day.
Right. By the way, guys, we're moving up practice. Why? We've got 3 warm hours. That's why. Time now for
The Starting 5. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is the Starting 5.
So what are we going to get tonight? Are we going to get Michigan's first title since 89? The Big Ten's first title since 2000? Or are we going to get UConn's 7th title since 99 and 3rd in 4 years? Michigan, 7.5-point favorite against UConn. They say tip around 8:50. 10 minutes to 9. They've moved it up a half hour. It was 9:20 forever. Now they've moved it up to 8:50. And remember, it's on TBS and simulcast on 1 or 2 other Turner stations. Michigan has scored 90 or more points and won all 5 tournament games by double figures. Yesterday, women's title game, they were number 2 all year because UConn was preseason number 1 and never lost. But there are a lot of people in the sport that thought UCLA was the best team all year. Well, they proved it yesterday. They won their first ever women's title, blowing out South Carolina 79-51. The Bruins finished 37-1 in their historic season. And this game felt over after the first quarter and was definitely over after 3 quarters. My goodness. NBA. It's the final week of the regular season. Hey, maybe some guys will sit a few games out and rest up for the playoffs. I'll crack myself up. All 20 teams that will participate in the play-in and the playoffs have been determined for over 2 weeks now. They're playing for seeding, though. The Magic, they're the 9 seed right now in the East, although they beat New Orleans 112-108 last night. Boston beat Toronto 115-101. The Raptors have fallen into a tie for 6th, but technically they lose the tiebreaker, so they'd be in the play-in. Philly would technically be the 6th seed this morning. The Celtics are a game away from clinching the 2 seed in the East. And Detroit's a game away from clinching the 1 seed. Charlotte went to Minnesota, beat the T-Wolves 122-108. The Hornets are just a half a game out of 6th in the East. Technically, they're the 8 right now, but this team has been playing terrific basketball since Christmas. Minnesota's the 6th seed out west. Houston got a late bucket to beat Golden State, but the big story is not the fact the Rockets are the 5 seed. It's that Steph Curry returned. He had missed about 30 games with a knee injury. He came off the bench and scored 29 in the loss. Lakers, no Luka for the rest of the regular season. LeBron was tremendous, nearly a triple-double. But Cooper Flagg at 45. Mavs beat the Lakers, and right now LA's tied for 3rd with Denver. And they're a game away from falling to the 5 seed. And without Luka, could be a rough final week and a half for the Lakers. NHL. You know, the Islanders listened to us do the show last week, in which we said, upon further review, we kind of like what Las Vegas did, firing their coach with 8 games to go because it wasn't working. And they weren't going to give up on this year. They weren't going to wait till they went out in the first round. They said, you know what? We're going to try something, see if it works. And the Islanders, with 4 games left in their season, having lost 4 in a row, clinging to a playoff spot, said, you know what? We ain't bringing Patrick Waugh back. Why don't we hire this Peter DeBoer guy before everybody else gets their hands on him in the offseason? So they did.
Fascinating to me, though. The Islanders were not supposed to be a playoff team. They weren't supposed to be anywhere near a playoff team. They overachieved this year, and they fired their coach. I think this is very different than Vegas, given the fact that Vegas underachieved this year, and they still think they can make a playoff run. Find me someone that thought the Islanders were going to be a playoff team this year.
Well, the Islanders did, but I'm with you. Most of us didn't. But the Islanders did because he made the playoffs 2 years ago and they just missed out on him last year. So, but you're right, Mark. Okay, 1 point out of a playoff spot with 4 games left in the regular season. If you told us that scenario 6 months ago, we'd all go, it's pretty good. But Peter DeBoer replaces Patrick Waugh with the Islanders, and they don't play till Thursday. So he can actually run some practices, change some things around. Sidney Crosby with a goal and 2 assists. Penguins beat the Panthers 5-2. Pittsburgh firmly entrenched in 2nd place in their division. What a regular season. Talk about a team that nobody had any expectations for.
Yeah, I thought they'd get the lottery pick again and win it because it's seemingly when they need to get a star, they get one. But boy, did they overachieve this year.
Panthers officially eliminated from the playoffs. Flyers 2-1 in overtime over Boston. Boston right now entrenched as the first wild card, and Philly moved into 3rd place in their division, which is an automatic playoff spot. Ottawa, big game. Doubled up Carolina 6-3. It makes Ottawa the final wild card in the East for the moment, but what it does is it leaves the Hurricanes within 2 points of the Lightning, and now Tampa's got a game in hand on Carolina, and they own the tiebreaker in regulation wins. Tampa Bay can be the 1 seed in the East if they finish strong here. And
yes, they can, David.
Huge game tonight in Buffalo. Biggest regular season game for the Sabres in 15 years minimum.
And you can catch it on the NHL Network.
Right. Big loss for the Canadians at home. Jersey beat them 3-0. They remain 2 points behind Tampa Bay in the division, and they're behind Buffalo because of a tiebreaker. Wild game in Detroit. Minnesota's up 4-1 in the third. Wings out of nowhere score 3 to tie it. Patrick Kane ties it with about 4 minutes to go. A beautiful goal. It's 4-4. And then Patrick Kane takes the most selfish penalty of the season, maybe of the decade. A vicious slash at a Wild player who had slashed him earlier. Who cares, dude? There's 2.5 minutes left in a tie game, and you're fighting for your season. He gets a penalty. The Wild score on the power play. They win it 5-4 in regulation. The Wings get nothing out of the game. They're 2 points out of a playoff spot. Mark, how'd you and Jake handle that yesterday?
Well, first off, it was a trip, not a slash. It wasn't even violent. He just tripped the guy. I mean, first and foremost, it was pathetic. And then to make matters worse, when he's done serving his penalty in which the Wild took the lead on, they put him right back out on the ice to try to score the game-tying goal, really sending a message to the team that there are repercussions for selfish actions. Fire everybody. Trade. There are 2 guys I'd keep on that team, Raymond and Sider. Everyone else can go.
I don't know what happened in New York last night, but the Rangers beat the Caps 8-1. Big loss for Washington. They're 3 points out of a playoff spot with only 4 to play. And St. Louis went into Colorado and beat the Avs. They're only 3 points out of a playoff spot are the Blues with 6 to play. Baseball. We said, could the Marlins go into the Bronx and get a game? They got one yesterday. Had to wait through like a 4-hour rain delay, and eventually Marlins with a late rally beat the Yankees 7-6. Rays took 2 out of 3 from the Twins. They beat Minnesota 4-1 and 10. There's something brewing in Pittsburgh. The Pirates have won 5 in a row. They're calling up the kids. They swept the Orioles 8-2. Look out. Look out. Here's a question. If the Marlins and Pirates turn out to be pretty good, will their fans show up? Because the Pirates had 11,000 at the game yesterday. I can understand Pittsburgh. It's been a long time. You're angry at the owner still. I get it. But if they keep playing well, you guys got to show up, right? Come on now. Cubs and Guardians.
Well, it was 44 degrees yesterday in Pittsburgh, David.
Yep. Cubs and Guardians split a doubleheader. 1-0 Cubs, 6-5 Guardians. Cardinals scored 4 in the 5th to beat the Tigers 5-3. Mets took 3 out of 4 from the Giants and won 5-2. I was high on the Red Sox this year. Whew! I bet the over on the Red Sox, which I think was 87.5. Yeah, they're 2-7. Padres beat them 8-6. White Sox swept the Blue Jays. What the? 3-0. Dodgers were down 6-1 late, rallied to beat Washington 8-6. Yeah, Ohtani with a homer. The Dodgers are 7-2, but so's Milwaukee. The Brewers beat the Royals 8-5. Hey, the Reds are 6-3. They swept Texas 2-1. Phillies lost to the Rockies, who salvaged the game in that series 4-1. This Brent Rooker guy, he had a big day yesterday for the A's. 2 homers, 6 RBIs, game-winning 3-run homer in the 10th, 12-10 over the Astros. Arizona split their 4-game series with the Braves. They won yesterday 6-5 and 10. And the Angels, Mike Trout hit by pitch. X-rays negative. Angels beat the Mariners 8-7 and 11. Golf, Valero Texas Open in San Antonio. JJ Spawn, the reigning U.S. Open champion, won by 1 over a trio, Matt Wallace, Robert McIntyre, and Michael Kim. He took home $1.7 million. LPGA Tour, they were at a very hard course in Vegas. Only 4 players finished under par. American Laura Coughlin won by 5. Nelly Korda finished second for the 3rd week in a row. Mark, NASCAR had the week off.
Easter.
Yeah.
They don't race on Easter. That's when Mom has the whole family over, David. They don't race on Easter.
No, they do not. NFL news, the Jags signed Trayvon Walker, 4 years, $110 million. 70 of it guaranteed. He had double-digit sack seasons in 23 and 24, was hurt much of last year, had a down year. Jags are betting on the guy they saw before that. They gave him $50 million of it up front, by the way. And the Buccaneers brought back Raheem Nunez Roches, who was on their Super Bowl winning team with Brady, played the last 3 years with the Giants. When he was healthy, he was productive. He's 32 years old. He'll be part of the defensive line rotation in Tampa. And at nearly 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five, brought to you by Lee County, Florida, one of the 5 fastest growing counties in Florida. Lee County, building a better community with that tried and true method of BST, business, sports, and tourism.
Bet sports today. That's my latest BST.
Okay.
Bet sports today.
All right.
Go to the app. I bet Michigan. It's 6.5 on the app. It's 7.5 damn near everywhere else.
I know.
So if you like Michigan, you're getting value against the nation on our app here in the state of Florida for what it's worth. It is our poll question. Who you got tonight? Michigan win and cover, Michigan to win, or do you think UConn pulls off the upset? That Mark Miller, the David Moulton, Miller_Moulton on X. If you're not on X, you can text us what you think. The Pelican Roofing of Florida text line, 21,000 is the number. The keyword is Miller. So text 21,000. Let us know what you think. Steve Carney coming up next hour.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
PA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Floor Meisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floor Meisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Waste of money, huh, Adam? Okay. I don't think so, but
Adam, they don't have the 1 seed wrapped up. How could you not know that? They don't. If Dallas wins their remaining 5 games, they have 2 points more than the Avs. Now the Avs have the tiebreaker, but the Avs need 2 more points to lock up the President's Trophy.
Are they
Yeah.
going to? Yes. But
Yeah, but they don't
David,
have
have
it
you ever
yet.
done a game at Eastern Kentucky?
As a matter of fact, I've done 4. Not last year, but the year before. Jacksonville had to play the play-in game of the ASUN tournament at Eastern Kentucky. They won close late. And then as the 9 seed, they upset the top-seeded Eastern Kentucky Colonels. Don't go at me on that one.
In ambient, since I know you're. Oh, sorry. I thought you were done. Go ahead. My bad.
And so, yes, I have done 3 or 4 games at Eastern Kentucky.
In ambient, since I know you don't really know hockey, you're sticking up for Patrick Waugh because he played for your team. So here, you want Patrick Waugh to get hired so badly. Jared Bednar doesn't win a cup. Should he be fired and replaced by Patrick Waugh?
Didn't Bednar replace Waugh?
Well, then why do you want him to? I mean, if you don't want him to replace your guy, then you don't think he should be able to coach because it's cup or bust for the Avs, right?
Yeah, ambient. Sorry. I looked up and your post had been removed and Adam came in under you, and my bad. Sorry.
And you got to have more than one, Adam. I think he's a really good player. I understand where you're coming from. Was he worth that much? But what are you going to do? Not sign him and let him go? I mean, we're not there yet. I mean, we're getting closer to David's world in the NFL, but we're not there yet where you can just trade anybody.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this first Monday of April. Hope you had a terrific weekend. Thanks for starting your week off with us, Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Steve Carney in about 35 minutes' time. Rays home opener in a polished up repaired Trop. And we'll talk a little Lightning. Huge regular season game tonight in Buffalo. Regulation win for the Lightning, division basically over, and real shot at the 1 seed. Regulation loss for the Lightning tonight, and everything changes. So big game. We'll talk to Steve Carney about both. Bob Harig in an hour. Josh Pastner to preview the title game in about 90 minutes' time.
Text line is open. And David, I've got to throw something at you. And I should have done it during the break, but I just saw it because you gave some stats before the tournament started. And this person is not challenging you. They are merely quoting you. So I do want to start with that. And it said, didn't David give the stat that 19 of the last 20 champs were either a 1 seed or a Big East team?
Yeah. Yes.
Well, make it 20 of 21.
Yep. Yep. An amazing tournament run by Hurley here. This is very Krzyzewski, late 80s into the early 90s. You know, Duke made what? 5 straight Final Fours, 6 out of 7, I think it was. I think 88, 89, 90, 91, 92. Duke made, you know, I think there was 5 straight Final Fours. 86, they lost in the title game. 94, they lost in the title game. I mean, he had a remarkable run. I think he made 7 out of 9 Final Fours and 5 in a row in the middle of it. You know, Hurley beginning to, you know, 3 out of 4 Final Fours here is something. But, I mean, if he cuts down the nets 3 out of 4 times, I mean, damn. But they've never been in this spot, though, Mark. Remember 2 years ago? 3 years ago? They had San Diego State in the final, and we all looked at one another and said, are we going to get a game? And the answer was no. And I think right now you got a lot of people going, are we going to get a game tonight?
They're just, Michigan can beat you so many different ways, or so it seems. I mean,
yeah.
I love the big guy for UConn, but the big guy for Michigan, when they get him the ball inside, seems to score every time.
Like, here's why. Like, I picked Arizona to beat Michigan going back to the Duke-Michigan game. I thought Arizona might beat Duke up inside. I thought they might out-tough them. Duke out-toughed Michigan the day that they beat them. They challenged them inside, and they out-toughed them. And I thought, well, if anybody can out-tough Michigan, it'd be Arizona. Here's the funny thing, Mark. Arizona hit 6 threes. I mean, if you had said to everybody before, I mean, hell, there are some games Arizona doesn't even shoot 6 threes.
David, their average going into the game was, for the season, was 5.9 threes attempted.
Right. If I had said to you before the game Arizona was going to hit 6 threes, how worried would you have been?
I really wouldn't have been, but I would have thought the game was going to be really good. With that number, I'm like, this is going to be a game with 2 minutes left. You know what I mean? And that's where, when Michigan got the lead, you just look at it and went, well, this team doesn't shoot threes. They don't seemingly have the ability to go on a run where they can make a comeback like that.
Right. For as great, I don't know, great is too strong a word. For as outstanding as Arizona was this year, okay, Michigan was the team that put what was that run on Tennessee? 20. I mean, if Michigan was down 12 mid-first half, I'd go, well, I just saw them ripped off a 21-0 run against an Elite 8 team. Okay, you know, nice start for Arizona, but, you know, but the other way around, it was like, damn. And they're not even a first-half team. They're a second-half team. Damn. So curious, for what it's worth, and remember, I know different sports. That's not the point. The point is point spread. So I guess Hard Rock's got it 6.5 in Florida, but everywhere else it's 7.5. For what it's worth, Friday night, UConn was a 6.5 point favorite over South Carolina in the women's Final Four. And remember, point spread's point spread. Doesn't matter what the sport, what the game. But to give you an idea, okay, and then South Carolina in the fourth quarter took it to UConn and beat them by a big margin. But that's the type of upset we'd have to have tonight. At least that.
Well, and David, I must say, Friday, you were hammering home. I mean, I think you said it 5 times on the show. And I don't even really give you much response when you go women's basketball.
Right.
But you hammered home. You got to take South Carolina in the points, right? You got to take. I mean, David, if you said it once, you said it 100 times seemingly on the show, and I'm not even being smart. You were driving that point home from 6:38 until we finished the show, and you were right.
I also managed to throw in there a couple times. And by the way, I like UCLA. I said, when it's all done, I like UCLA.
So,
but yeah,
would you take the points tonight?
Whew. I don't think so, because I also think UConn will foul late. So that if the game is Heisman, Mark, you know what I mean, where Michigan's 2 to 3 possession lead, okay, UConn will press and trap and foul late. And so I could see if the point spread, if we're thinking this could be a game that finishes between 6 and 10, that Michigan adds some free throws. I mean, this is very impressive. I mean, and it just goes to show you, one play, one bounce, one possession. I mean, you know, UConn's in the title game. How do you think John Shire and Duke, what they're feeling? Meanwhile, yeah, I mean, Michigan State's going, it was a 1-point game with 1 minute to go. They're going to play for a natty? We're right there. We put 2 guys on the line who don't hit free throws, who went 4 for 4 from the line. What the heck? You know, St. John's is like, if we'd gotten by Duke, we would have beat these guys again. And they were right there to get by Duke. I mean, the tournament's always like this. But, Mark, Michigan is threatening to make all of that a moot point because they're just whacking everybody.
Right. This is UNLV the year before they got beat by Duke.
Well, and quite frankly, this is UConn 3 years ago. I mean, that UConn team, because here's another amazing thing that Hurley's got going on here. From the Sweet 16 on, UConn is perfect against the spread the last 4 years. They're not just winning, they're covering. And when they lost to the Gators last year, they covered. I mean, so not only, what is it now? Okay, what is it? 19-1 in their last 20 tournament games, the last 4 years is UConn. But in the Sweet 16, you know, add up how many games they've played. They've played 12 games now from the Sweet 16 on the last 4 years. They're 12-0 against the number.
So, by the way, the 2 players that are a little banged up, Ball for UConn and Yaxel Lendeborg from the Wolverines, neither listed on the injury report for what it's worth. So just, you know, I thought with the Michigan kid, and we watched him, you know, riding the bike and going to the locker room and all those things. And like, he's an important part of Michigan's game, and they didn't need him because they just whacked Zona. But he appears to be ready to play tonight. I don't think anybody's getting listed on an injury report. I think this is NHL playoffs, if you will, lower body injury when it's his arm. So I don't think that much matters, but just for those that are interested, thought I would throw it out there.
Mark, it's a good thing that Tony Petitti is not Greg Sankey, because could you imagine if Michigan wins tonight, how insufferable Petitti would be the whole offseason, and how insufferable he would have been for the last couple years. I mean, think about it. He's got, his conference has won 3 straight football titles. Hell, you know, that women's championship, I mean, you know, Big Ten powerhouse, UCLA.
Yes. He's got Michigan and Wisconsin in the Frozen Four.
Right.
For those that care, I'm just saying.
I mean, if Sankey had this going on, he'd be on TV every day. And Petitti's not talking at all. I mean, if I'm Petitti, do I just make Portnoy like associate commissioner for the next 4 months and just let him go nuts?
He's insufferable.
He really is.
And I like him.
I do too.
I like him. And everybody knows what I think of Michigan. It's killing me, but I still like him. Our senior insight extraction specialist gave us this little stat, David.
Oh, boy.
We have a new member of the staff. He is, again, our senior insight extraction specialist.
I don't understand the extraction part. I really don't, but okay, go ahead.
He's extracting stats from X, David. That's what I took it as. He
Gotcha.
finds nuggets on X and gives them to us. But on UConn, Illinois' fewest points in a game over the last 3 seasons. 52, 61, and 62. It was the Elite Eight against UConn in 24. It was in a regular season game against UConn in 25, and before this year, and then it was 62 in the Final Four, all against UConn. Can UConn bring some D against the Wolverines tonight?
If the game gets above 75, don't you think that's a Michigan win?
Yes.
That's how far. Think about the pressure on UConn defensively. Michigan is averaging well over 90 points a game. They've scored 91 or more in all 5 games. I think the magic number is under 75 if UConn's going to, I think, cover. So
can they rebound with Michigan? Michigan has dominated every facet, but when they start getting offensive rebounds, their ability to kick it out and make threes is phenomenal.
I don't know. I mean, UConn, Illinois was a pretty much even battle on the boards. How much better of a rebounding team do you think Michigan is?
Better. They're better at everything.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, you're the only one, Michael. I thought Gino looked like a horse's ass, acted like a horse's ass before. Did it between the third and fourth, and after the game was a clown show. A clown show. And his apology was a joke. If you're going to be an ass, you might as well continue to be an ass, because UConn ain't going to fire you. Could not disagree with you more, Michael. In fact, did the whole second segment on it.
Yeah, Michael, that's the lawyer in you. That's in which you've been handed a losing case, and you're just going to try to put lipstick on a pig. First off, in his apology. Okay. Michael, your bias about Dawn Staley is influencing your opinion on what Gino did. Okay. Yeah. Michael, there might be no two coaches in the history of college basketball who got away with more crap against the officials than Dean Smith and Coach K. Okay. I mean, the one time I was near the bench with Krzyzewski, the stuff he said to officials, I mean, you'd have thought he would have been ejected within 8 minutes. Ejected.
And Matthew, I disagree with you on this front. That tournament gets a lot of eyeballs. It really does. I don't watch. It's not my bag. It never has been. There aren't many women's sports that do it for me. I don't know if that makes me a bad person or not. It just isn't my thing. But the people that watch that tournament, it'll do better than probably damn near every Stanley Cup final game. Good for you, Adam.
Adam, can I ask a personal question? How much were they? And what do you mean by released? $8.50 a ticket. Okay.
And it's Germany, premier nation to see. I mean,
Yeah.
oh, well, when you think class, you think Malky.
Right. Well, besides, Michael's never wrong. Just ask Michael. But you're wrong this time, Michael. I love Gino. He was an ass. I have no problem with them pointing out during the game in the interview with Holly that fouls that quarter were 6-0. I actually think that's a legitimate thing. He was wrong about his player with the jersey being ripped because it turned out that his own player ripped the jersey. But
I did not know that, Phil. Just upset I can't watch the Lightning tonight. Not that I really expect the Hope Lodge to have great cable, but would have been nice. Because it's still on the local cable. You know, that overrides NHL Network in the home market. Think I have a Masters pick already. No idea, Shimko. No idea. But I bet you're right.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Steve Carney in a little more than 15 minutes time. Rays home opener. Huge Lightning game in Buffalo tonight. Steve Carney to address both coming up. Bob Harig live from Augusta. It's Masters Week at the top of the hour. Josh Pastner to preview the title game tonight. Michigan 7.5 most places over UConn. For some reason in Florida on the Hard Rock, it's 6.5. So
I will say it may have gone a point because even my score app now has it at 6.5, David.
Wow. All right. Michigan, UConn tonight. Josh Pastner, the UNLV head coach. He will break the game down for us in a little over an hour. Listen, you've heard the ads if you listen to the show, you know, Lee County, Florida advertising, and Adam Silver's coming to town this month, the NBA commissioner, and they're going to give him an award. I'd kind of like to ask him at that awards dinner, you going to do anything about this 65 game rule? Because it's one thing for guys to just not play. You know, they take too many days off and it adds up. And at the end of the year, They only played in 60 or 62 games, and because of it, they're not eligible for whatever. I got no sympathy for them. This Luka Doncic case, for those of you that don't know, is interesting on a few fronts. So Luka got hurt in a game. What was it?
Was
Thursday,
that the
I
Spurs
think.
game last week?
Yeah, when they got blown out. Thunder, I think it was. And they
Thunder,
got
you're
blown
right.
out.
I'm sorry, Thunder. Because they got blown out in the second quarter. I mean, I think they gave
Right.
up damn near 80 points in the first half.
So Luka gets hurt. He hurts his hamstring. Turns out he's out for the rest of the year. Well, they got 5 more games. Yeah, that was Luka's 64th game of the year. Now, Luka, for what it's worth, can win the scoring title. The threshold, I guess, to win the scoring title is like 58 games. I don't know why it's lower, but it is. So
but the scoring title doesn't get you paid.
Correct. Okay. First team, second team, third team, all NBA, the possibility of winning an MVP. And Luka's going to be a finalist, or at least he was. But now he ain't eligible unless they literally just walk him out there to stand on the court. And if I were the Lakers, I got to be honest, I'd do it. Final game of the year. I don't even know if I tell him to take his sweats off. Just walk out onto the court. We start the game right after the jump ball. We foul somebody. You were on the court. You played. Get off the court. But anyway, he's at 64 games. You got to be at 65. Now, remember, the players had already filed an appeal. Who was the player like a week and a half ago who now is hurt and out for the rest of the season, and he's not going to reach 65 games? Well, Mark, there's a couple of factors at work here. First off, Luka got suspended just last week because he picked up his 16th technical. You hit 16, you get suspended for a game. He got his 16th, he got suspended for a game. I think the Lakers are appealing, trying to get some of the technicals rescinded. Therefore, would the suspension be rescinded? It's already been enforced. He missed the game. If he hadn't had it, he would have played in a 65th game this year. But Mark, he missed 2 games in December for his daughter's birth. His daughter was not born in Los Angeles. His daughter was born, I believe, in Slovenia. I think it's impressive he only missed 2 games. But he missed 2 games in December for his daughter's birth. So anyway, so this is like the poster child case for, hey, we got to take a hard look at this 65 game thing. Are you really going to keep Luka, who's averaging like 34 a game? Are we really going to keep Luka off an all NBA team this year? Is he really not eligible for the MVP? Now, I mean, as it was, Mark, if he didn't get hurt and he had played the final 5 games of the year, it was still only going to be 69. You know, this isn't like Jordan and Ewing and all of them playing 80 to 82 games. Okay. But there are a lot of, this seems to be now the case that not just the Players Association, but, you know, whether it's media or others are kind of like, hey, I don't know about this 65 game rule. This sounded really good. And now this may be causing problems. Your thought, if you're Adam Silver, do you do anything or do you just go, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. All right. Chips fell where they fell.
David, I am probably going to vote B. Chips fell where they fell, because what he's trying to do with this, and we all know it's the load management part of this to get guys to actually play. It's not working because teams are still doing everything they can do to play their stars as little as possible.
Yep.
And pick spots basically on the road after back-to-backs where guys don't play. But if I'm caving in on something, particularly as much as the most important thing to him right now, to Silver, is the tanking. To me, load management should be bigger than tanking. It should. I don't care about the bottom teams. The league seems to care more about the tanking at this particular moment than they do about load management. And I actually think that's wrong. I mean, I think you can care about both equally, but this is an epidemic in the league of guys not playing. And it does suck. He actually got hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're paying guys, damn near $1 million a game or $700,000 a game now for at the top end, $500,000 minimum, teams are going to rest players. I mean, who's to say that Luka couldn't come back before the end of the regular season? I have no idea. I mean, he's hurt, and the first thing they say is he's done for the rest of the regular season. There's a week and a half left. I mean, we're very quick to just say, well, he's done for 3 weeks.
Well, all right. Let's just. I mean, it's a hamstring injury, and for them to say he's going to. I think when he got hurt to the end of the regular season was like 12 days, and they said, yeah, he ain't coming back in those 12 days. Okay. I mean, let's say it's legit. Let's just we'll give it the benefit of the doubt. We know that there are players out there dogging it, but this seems to be a legitimate injury. Does that matter, quite frankly? Cade Cunningham of the Pistons, that's the player who it was. He got hurt literally going for a loose ball on the floor. Okay, he went to the floor to get a loose ball, and another player was going to the floor, and his knee accidentally kneed Cunningham on the left side of his ribs and punctured his lung. And Cade's not going to qualify for anything either.
No, he's not. And he would have certainly been on the top 3 teams. I don't know if he would have been first team, but he would have certainly have been second or third team. And that matters from getting paid. He was going to be an MVP, probably, maybe not a finalist, but damn close. I mean,
oh hell, would have been for me. I mean, damn, best player by far and best team in the East.
I got you. It just seems like right now it's, we've got different guys that we had picked out the minute he got hurt. And the minute someone brought him up for MVP, everybody slammed the notion of it.
Well, I'm just curious. These are 2 high-profile guys who got hurt, legitimately hurt, while playing, who otherwise would have played in more than the minimum. In Cade's case, far more than the minimum required to be on all these awards. And I'm just wondering, if you're Adam Silver, does this give you pause going forward?
Yeah, David, it actually does give me pause, but it doesn't give me enough pause to change what I've started. Because even though these are legit injuries, load management's still the biggest problem in the league. Steve Carney next.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow & Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow & Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow & Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
EPA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning, Steve.
Good morning, Mark. How you feeling?
Feeling great.
Good.
Feeling great. Things are going well. Hey, I have a favor to ask, and I don't care if the answer is no, and I will obviously pay. Would you be able to get a ticket to a Lightning game? And I would gladly pay for it for next Monday's Red Wing game. My son's my caregiver. He flew down. He's a big Red Wing fan, and I'll buy it I can buy it online. But I wanted to ask to see if you had access to anything.
Let me look into it.
Okay,
So
no problem. If you can't, by all means, I'm okay with that.
I will shoot you a text.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Should not.
I know he didn't bring a jersey, so I mean he won't be. He has several, but I don't think any of them made the trip.
Then the answer should be no problem. Last thing we need in that building is more red. It'll be nice to see Steve Yzerman, but
yeah, well, you can have him back.
I think we found who the real brains of that operation were.
Wow, it is something. And I'm bummed out because the only thing I don't get here is a real cable system. And I brought my Fire Stick with me, but they now know where I am. because in Southwest Florida, I can watch the Lightning games on Plus. I'm
Yeah.
out of the blackout range. Not
Not
here.
here.
They figured out where I was. It took about a week because I got a couple when I was in the hospital, and now I can't. And I don't get the YouTube TV doesn't have NHL Network either, so I'm screwed for tonight
Yep.
because it's a big one. This series. Sign me up for 6 games of Buffalo Tampa right now.
Yeah, it's the one group I don't want to see.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. Bob Harig will join us live from Augusta at the top of the hour. Josh Pastner 1 hour from now to preview Michigan and UConn. How much of a shot does UConn have? How ridiculous is it that we're saying that out loud, considering they're 19-1 in their last 20 tournament games? But that's how good Michigan has been. Historically great, in fact. Steve Carney, kind enough to join us. He's got a huge day today. Rays home opener. First game at the Trop since the hurricane. Oh, yeah. As big as a regular season NHL game can be. And he's part of the Lightning radio network, Tampa Bay and Buffalo, Lightning and Sabres. Steve, how the heck are you?
And on top of that, my bracket finally got ruined thanks to Michigan. So I had Arizona. So
That would make 2 of the 3 of us.
Right.
I'm the only one that had Michigan winning that game.
Yep.
But sorry about your bracket. And even with my bracket still alive, I've got no shot to win because I didn't do well enough getting in. David last week was super pumped for the return of McClanahan. I mean, he literally during the show, he was flat out giddy just about the near 1,000 days away from the game and the rehab. And he's a guy we've watched because he's from our neck of the woods in Cape Coral, obviously played at South Florida, now with the Rays. So he's a guy, born and bred down here, and we've watched the career. And he pitched pretty well, lost it a little bit late. I'm just curious. I think this thing, I thought I read that it sold out for today for the home opener against the Cubs. So there's going to be a great crowd there. They've done a lot of work on the Trop, and we'll get to that in a second. But just how big is this for he and they to return home opener sold out? It's kind of dialed up for a big day for McClanahan.
Yeah, it is certainly big for him. It's big for all Rays fans, Mark. And you're right. They've done a lot of work on the building itself. I was inside it the other day for the first time. So I got to be down on the field and check things out. And they've done an incredible job there. I think that for those that have been to the Trop, throughout the time that the Rays have played there, you're going to see it looks maybe as good as it ever has because of all the improvements that they have done and the money that has been spent by the city of St. Petersburg to make sure that everything underneath the roof has been fixed and is really, really nice. I mean, the scoreboard out in right field is brand new and bigger than I've ever seen. All the ribbon boards are new. All the electronics, the sound system, the lighting, everything is new. So it's almost like getting, as good of a new stadium as you can get out of that old girl. And so I think that the fans are going to be really excited for it. I know McClanahan's excited for it, loves pitching at the Trop. And, if we can get what we saw out of the first 4 innings in Milwaukee from Shane for, say, 5 or 6, I think we're in for a good one from him.
Steve Carney covers the Rays and the Lightning, amongst many duties. All right. You can read Steve's work, raysinsider.substack.com. You can follow Steve on X at Steve Carney. All right. Hey, they won the series in Minnesota. They're going to have to get a new center fielder. He's shot. He was horrible last year. He doesn't look like he's major league quality, Mullins. So they're going to have to go get a new guy there. But about a week and a half into the season, a quick, look at the Rays? How do they look to you?
Better than I thought offensively, and not as good as I thought in the pitching staff. To put it lightly, you mentioned Mullins, but I think that Chandler Simpson has been better than I thought he was going to be in year 2. Nick Fortes is better than I thought he was going to be in year 2. Ben Williamson is better than I thought he was going to be in year 1. So I think that the lineup itself is a little thicker than I thought it was. I thought Griffin Jacks looked horrible in St. Louis. And I think that they're still trying to figure out what the rotation of the bullpen is going to look like, say 7, 8, 9, if they've got a lead, because right now, not knowing what it's going to be, it's kind of tough to determine how you're going to hold the lead. And, we saw it a couple of times in St. Louis where they had a big lead and couldn't hold it because of and it was not because of the number 2, the B bullpen, it was because of the A bullpen, whether it was Jax or Clevenger or Kevin Kelly or, whoever you're going to have there setting things up 7, 8, 9. You got to figure that out. So I think they're better offensively, despite what we've seen out of Cedric Mullins, and not as good when it comes to the bullpen.
Yeah, you're right. Jackson is obviously really struggled, and it's this time of the year. I mean, the starting pitching's doing its job, Steve. I mean, it really is. The starters have been fine, but you can't. I mean, one of the games changed. We don't pitch them more than 5 innings, and you certainly don't pitch them more than that, seemingly in March and April. So I could see where the pitching would get better when they start relying on the starting pitching a little bit more, but it's probably just too early for that, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, especially for guys, and I think that the Rays have had this philosophy that you tend to be a little more conservative if a guy is younger or if a guy has had elbow surgeries. And right now they've got guys that are younger and have had elbow surgeries, when elbow surgeries with Rasmussen and McClanahan, younger with Pepio, but you've seen Nick Martinez go 6. You've seen Steven Matz now go 6. And so I think those are the guys early on, and that's why they got these guys, is because they're able to kind of get the innings that you want to kind of get out of Pepio and Rasmussen and McClanahan early, and hopefully you save those bullets for later in the season.
And obviously you're not sitting in many Hillsborough County commissioner meetings, but what's it, a week from Wednesday is potentially the vote, particularly if it goes one way. What are the political, wins in Tampa, from where you sit and the people you talk to? Okay. Do the Rays feel good about a week from Wednesday?
The Rays themselves, I think, do. I'm a little more curious as to just how, because you hear these the politicians, and I've said that I have not gotten an answer out of a politician that hasn't led me to more questions yet when it comes to how that side of the money or that side of a possible new stadium gets paid for, because the Rays have asked to dip into this community investment tax that can also go to fire department and police and roads and the like. And I know that the Buccaneers want their piece of that community investment tax. The Lightning have gotten money from Hillsborough County to stay, which satisfies one of the things that I was concerned about early on, was if the politicians give money to the Rays without looking at the Buccaneers and the Lightning, I thought there was going to be problems. And that problem has been assuaged, but now there's more questions that are being asked about just how does the community chip in the amount of money that the Rays need to get this thing done.
Were the Bucks out of line, in your opinion, raising their hand when they did? Because they hadn't sent a damn thing. And then all of a sudden, here we are kind of at the 11th hour, and the Bucks went, hey, remember, you got to give us money too.
No, I don't think they were out of line. I mean, they have a 30-year-old football stadium. If this was Atlanta, they would have had 2 football stadiums right now. So I don't think the Buccaneers are out of line. Could they have been a little more subtle about it? Maybe. But the Yankees were the same way. I mean, they were like, hey, we're all for the Rays getting their money. Don't forget that we need money too. So, as long as we can get money, that they can get whatever money that they want. So I think it makes sense for the Buccaneers to do that. And, obviously they want the attention on themselves. It's the National Football League. I mean, if you're not paying attention to the National Football League, you're doing yourself a disservice.
No question. All right. Big hockey game tonight in Buffalo.
So good.
All right. Big hockey game. 6 games left in the regular season. The Sabres, the Canadians, and the Hurricanes have now lost enough games around the Lightning that the Lightning know they win out. They're the 1 seed in the East. The road to the Cup final will go through Tampa Bay. 2-point lead on Buffalo. They're in Buffalo tonight. Last time they went there, what was it? 8-7, the brawl. It was awesome. What do you expect tonight? And by the way, do you expect Hedman back before the playoffs, if at all?
I think it's unlikely that we see Victor Hedman before the end of the regular season. I don't have any sort of insider knowledge that tells me that, but the way that the team has handled themselves with him gone, I think they expect him to not be back before the end of the regular season, and they're preparing themselves for that. As for tonight, I think, and you and I said this before, the start of the segment. If it's Lightning and Sabres in the second round or even in the first round of the playoffs, sign us up, because this is going to be a fun one for sure.
No doubt. I have been making a case for a while now for Jake Getzel, and it's hard to say a guy's underrated when he has 36 goals, but I actually think he's an underrated player because he goes to he's not the biggest guy in the world. He is so unafraid to get to the spots that you need to score goals. And sure, he had this guy named Crosby with him before, and now he's got this guy named Kucherov with him now. 2 pretty good guys to play with. But when you talk about Jake Getzel, what do you think?
Yeah, I certainly see a guy that, finds himself in the right place at the right time. And having worked with a Crosby and now a Kucherov, I look at him, he's the Lightning's version of Leon Draisaitl. Another guy that I think a lot of people say is underrated because he plays with Connor McDavid. And I think that, for a guy like a Gensel, it's great to have if you're a Kucherov, because we all know Kucherov's first intention is always to try and pass. He's a guy that likes that 100 assist mark. And so I really do think that, he knows his role, and he knows that he's going to be the recipient of a lot of really, really good hockey plays because he plays with the guys that he's with, whether it was Crosby in Pittsburgh or Kucherov here.
Got a couple minutes. For me, I think tonight is the beginning of the playoffs in this sense. If you're the Lightning, the last 2 times you played Buffalo, you've given up 6 and 8 goals in regulation, by the way. No overtime, no shootouts. So to me, you got to play a playoff game tonight. Tight checking. This is how we're going to play in the playoffs. Isn't this kind of an indicator? If Buffalo scores 4, 5, 6 goals tonight, isn't this a problem?
Yeah, especially with Vasilevsky in that. If this were a Jonas Johansson game, right, and he gives up 6 or 7 goals, I'm a little less concerned. If this is if they score 3 or 4 goals in the first period and Vasilevsky has trouble dealing with them, I'm sure the lights and the sirens are going to be out in the dressing room. That's for sure. They've got to figure this out. And you're right. I mean, you're going to play Buffalo, you're going to play Ottawa, you're going to play Montreal, you're going to play, and then you end season at home after going to Boston against the Red Wings and the Rangers. Yeah, this is it. I mean, if you want to say that these things matter, yeah, it starts tonight.
By the way, did any of us ever think that Darren Radish was going to be the all-time leader in season goals for a defenseman? What a remarkable season for that young man.
And how about doing it in his contract year? And that man has gotten himself paid, and good for him. And whether it's with the Lightning or whether it's with someone else, I say good for him. He's a really, really good dude. And you love seeing good guys have good things happen to them.
And you'd love for him to take a, lightning discount like many others have. But when you've never had that big contract before, it's tough to leave money on the table.
Steve? Oh, you would love to see Julian Brisebois pull one of his Jedi mind tricks to keep him to stay.
Exactly.
It's true.
Steve, enjoy the Trop tonight. And thanks for your time. We really appreciate it.
No, I'm excited. I'm going to start pre-gaming here pretty soon. So I'm really geeked about it.
Steve Carney, follow him on X at Steve Carney, Carney. Bob Harig, live from Augusta, coming up here on Miller and Moulton.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today, 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise. On 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
EPA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I didn't have a chance when we did our little NBA segment. Someone texted me and I was double checking their work. And at first I found it to be wrong. And it is correct. You can't just put Luka on the floor for 1 second. You've got to play 20 minutes for a game to count. There are two, you can have like two exceptions where they're near misses, where they're like 15 to 19 minutes. but you can't just do what you're talking about. It would count as I guess it would count as a game play, but it wouldn't make him eligible for 65, if you know what I mean.
See, to me, that's bullshit.
Well, I mean, it's an NBA rule.
I know.
No, I'm just saying.
I'm giving my opinion. I'm entitled to my opinion. I think that's bullshit. If you count it as a game played, it's a game played.
Well, I think they're just trying to prevent just that. Obviously.
Yeah, no doubt. And you're right, though. Okay, they're big. Forget this. The tanking. No. The big problem is you don't know who's going to play. Why buy a ticket? Why plan a night for 2.5 hours? I'm going to watch this game, and you find out the top 3 players in the game aren't playing. It's a big deal.
Right. And I mean, I guess you could know if at night, if you're 2 days out, you might have a good idea. The problem is if your kid's a fan of a player and you're trying to get tickets in October for a game in February, that's
right. Yes.
That's a problem to me.
We've all been there. We've all been the kid. We've all been the parent. Okay. These tickets are super expensive. You're going to buy the kid a jersey, and then the guy doesn't play. Why? Because it's a random Tuesday in February?
All right. My Masters pick is not correct. I did some. The PGAtour.com has this long article breaking down everything and what you have, the categories, David.
Mm-hmm.
Their winner is Xander Schauffele.
Wow.
So it says each of the last 46 winners has played in at least one prior Masters. No one over the age of 50 has won. 26 of the last 28 had recorded a top 30 finish at the prior Masters. Since 98, one champion made the Masters cut in the year prior to their win. 14 of 16 had a top 6 finish in a major in the 2 years preceding. Each of the last 14 picked up at least 18 shots via strokes gained tee to green. 16 of 17 ranked in the top 50 in driver's distance. 13 of 14 had 3+ career tour wins. The last 7 champions boasted under par scoring average at Augusta. Only one since 06 has the pre-tournament favorite won. The defending champion has not won the Masters since 02.
Bob's ready.
And it goes through all this, and it ends up saying Xander Schauffele is it just keeps each one takes guys out of the 91 of the field.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home, at least in Jacksonville and Tampa, St. Pete. Final hour of the show, Southwest Florida, Punta Gorda, Port Charlotte, Venice, Live Oak, Lake City, and surrounding areas. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. He covers golf for Sports Illustrated. He does it very well. His name is Bob Harig. You follow him on X at Bob Harig, HARIGSI.com is where you read his work. Hey, Bob, before we get to the Masters, I don't know. Isn't it about time that you pump out a book? You got to have a book coming out soon, don't you?
I know you're doing that to set me up. I appreciate it. I do have a book coming out.
No, I actually, I'm like, it's been 6-8 months. He's got to have a book coming out.
Yeah, it's my 3rd in 6 years, and it's about killed me. But yeah, I've got a book on Tiger and Jack coming out. Tiger v. Jack, golf's great debate, and the recent developments probably don't help Tiger on the legacy front, but certainly from the playing careers, it was a fun deep dive into looking at both of them. And it's 40 years since Jack won his last Masters, his last pro event, kind of which set the table for what was Tiger striving for. And that 86 Masters is covered pretty extensively in there. It's obviously an amazing tournament that's still talked about today.
I think there's so many things you could go to with Jack, but as I go down TikTok holes every once in a while, I've been getting a lot of Masters clips. And the biggest thing to me just about the game, and obviously they're more fit than they've ever been. The clubs are better than they've ever been. The ball's better than it's ever been. But when you see the clubs that Jack was hitting with some of these shots, that's the part that's staggering to me. I mean, a 1-iron isn't even carried anymore. And some of the things that he did with the clubs he did, it now fascinate me, Bob.
Yeah, I mean, sure. In 86, I think Jack hit 5-iron into 15 to set up eagle. Rory hit 7-iron last year around a tree that, came to 5-6 feet away. I mean, the clubs are shorter into the greens. Obviously, the ball goes farther. There are no persimmon woods. I would argue though that you could say that the improvement in technology narrowed the gap. Greg Norman was an amazing driver of the golf ball with persimmon wood. He hit it on the sweet spot all the time, and he drove it 300 yards straight, which is very hard to do with that club. When they started making the drivers better, other players could do it with less skill, so it narrowed the gap. I mean, I might argue, and you can maybe say the same for Jack. I mean, Jack had better technology than players 20 years before him. But Tiger, certainly the technology was better, and Tiger might have won more had there not been better technology because his skill would have separated more. It brought other people closer to him because they could hit it far and straight, and sort of bridge that gap that existed between him and some other players.
Well, and Phil made that famous comment when Tiger was ruling the world, in which he said, and imagine if he was playing the equipment that we're playing, because he's playing that crappy Nike stuff. Okay. That, he's actually playing. I mean, Phil said he's beating us with the worst equipment out here. But anyway, first Masters since '94 without Tiger and Phil. That's got to feel weird for you there covering it. But in the 8 or so minutes that we have here, this is an interesting Masters. Neither Rory nor Scotty played in the 2 weeks leading up to it. Normally they do. Some guys, some prominent golfers have won here lately. Just curious your thoughts as to whose form that you like coming in.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. You actually have a lot of questions coming in. Scheffler has been un-Scheffler-like. Rory, his last event, he was battling a back issue. Hasn't played since the Players. Colin Morikawa, who had a great start to the year, and then all of a sudden, boom, at the Players Championship, withdrew after one hole and then didn't play last week in San Antonio. Withdrew before the Pro-Am. So, good form. I certainly, I think Xander Schauffele's been kind of sneaky, quiet, good of late. He seems to have found his form this year after a tough year last year. I'm not sure if Augusta's made for Matt Fitzpatrick, but he's playing nicely. I'm curious about Cam Young. What a great player, and then we haven't seen him since. Certainly it can be done, but I mean, I think it's a little bit interesting that we have such a large group of players that have not played the last 3 weeks. That's unusual going into a major, I think. It's almost impossible to happen going into the other majors. there's so many tournaments that they play and they get so close together. So we're looking to have a good weather week. I'm almost afraid to say that, that the weather forecasts around here in Augusta are very dicey, but if it stays what it's supposed to be, the golf course is going to be very firm and fast, which is how they like it.
This has been a peculiar year on tour. Gary Woodland was able to hold his lead. We've seen so many guys have some significant 54-hole leads and not be able to hold them. The Obergs, McIntyre had a pretty good lead. Some good players with leads. When you look at that, do you see this being a crazy Sunday like it always is because of that? Or is there a guy that if he has the lead, you're going, he's going to get the horse into the barn?
No, I don't think any lead is guaranteed, especially at the Masters. If Rory couldn't close it out with a 3-shot lead with 6 to go, I'm not sure anybody is guaranteed of finishing it off. I mean, there's just so many examples. 10 years ago, wasn't Jordan Spieth a 5-shot lead? Nobody saw him letting that go. We just saw on Saturday in the women's event what happened at 12. I think that's a little bit of an outlier. It's not likely that somebody's going to hit 2 in the water from the back bunker, but it can happen. Tiger did that. Tiger hit one in the water from the bunker during the 2020 Masters, the year after he won. So I just think there's so much that can happen. I mean, even Rory, he was playing the 13th hole safe, and he hit it in the water in his 3rd. I mean, the pressure is immense, and as you noted, we had a bunch of examples of guys not able to finish off 54-hole leads this year. It's actually more likely that you don't win from out front. So I would not put anybody out in front except for maybe Scheffler, because he's been so good. Scheffler's wins at Augusta have been by a lot. They've been by 3 and 4 shots. I mean, he's kind of pushed out front and stayed there. And when Scotty's been good, like he was at the Open Championship last year, the PGA, when he pushed ahead, he stayed there. And I'm very, very curious to see what his game looks like.
The one thing we also did see Saturday, Bob, we saw that 17-year-old young lady after falling apart, walk up to the microphone and answer everybody's question. Make sure that you remind your tour pros that the next time they duck out on you, that the 17-year-old face the music. They can face the music also. So firm and dry, does that make for higher, lower scores? Does that maybe bring a shorter hitter into it because the ball will go longer?
I think it makes the scoring more difficult, especially if there's any wind, and it favors the guys who strike the ball the best. I mean, that seems so obvious, right? But it's not the case when it's soft. You can get away with misshits. The ball doesn't run into the rough if it's wet. The ball stays on the green a little bit more likely if it's softer. So if it's firm, the guys who are striking it the best, and Xander's one of those guys. He's a really good ball striker. So is Scotty. Justin Rose has proven to be that. I don't know what his form is, but it's a trait of Sergio Garcia. Certainly John Rahm. That helps. Guys like that who strike it well. I think it becomes a little bit less of a putting contest. Not that the Masters really is, but I mean, it becomes less of that when it's firm and fast because you have to control your ball. If you're off, your mishits are going to be exasperated, and it's harder to make up for those.
If I were looking at a long shot pick and I told you Patrick Reed was going to be there on Sunday, am I out of line with that?
No, I don't think so. I'm not so sure we should look at him as a long shot pick either. I mean, we've not seen a lot of him because he's not played a single round of golf in a tournament in the United States this year. But he's won twice on the DP World Tour and lost another tournament in a playoff, and I don't know. I wondered a little bit if the whole live thing, if he felt a little bit freed up, he only won one time on live, which is a little surprising to me. And then he wins twice on the DP World Tour. And, I would say the field strength, and especially the Dubai event, the Dubai event that he won, the field strength of that tournament is stronger than a live event. And look, he loves this place.
Yeah.
So he's probably a little off the radar for because we haven't seen him, but he's like ranked 23rd or 25th in the world right now, and so I think he is a good sort of sleeper, non-sleeper pick because he's a sleeper because we haven't been thinking about him that much.
Bob Harig, Sports Illustrated. Follow him on X at Bob Harig, Harig. Is it Jack versus Tiger or Tiger versus Jack? 10 seconds.
Tiger v. Jack. Yes. And with the subhead, Golf's Great Debate.
Bob Harig on Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, Bob. Enjoy the Masters.
Thanks a lot. Thank you. Take care.
Miller and Moulton, back with more in a moment.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I think Bob will be just fine, Adam. Okay. Highlands? Yeah. Never even heard of it. It's funny. We went to my son and I went to a nice restaurant for Easter dinner last night, but it's a place called the Rusty Pelican. What makes me laugh is when you think, a Rusty's or Pelican Larry's, you think of dives, and then you combine the both, and it was a nice restaurant. Beautiful waterfront restaurant. I guess a Tampa address, kind of near the airport between Tampa and Clearwater, but lovely. I don't like him, DC. I haven't liked him all year. Did it? I did not know that, Javier. Very nice restaurant. Enjoyed it thoroughly. Had a very nice octopus appetizer. And they had butterfish. They had sea bass on their menu on the web. And then it was a miso crusted butterfish on the menu now. And it was wonderful. Selfish, lazy, doesn't skate. Yeah, I literally couldn't have him back on the team next year because of what he did yesterday. Like literally, if he's back as a Red Wing, it's another reason to fire Steve Yzerman. And trust me, they're mounting.
Yeah.
Not yet. Trying not to.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Josh Pastner, in a little more than 15 minutes time, will preview tonight's title game. Will we get a game? Or is Michigan going to go down as one of the all-time great teams? I mean, 90 plus points in 5 consecutive tournament games, double figure wins in all 5 tournament games. I mean, they do that again tonight.
And just 3 regular season losses.
Right?
Wisconsin played a near perfect game to beat them in Ann Arbor during the regular season. Duke beat them in a neutral site game in which Duke played very well. And then Purdue got them in the Big Ten tournament. So a tremendous regular season by the Wolverines in which they just beat the crap out of everybody else they played. And they're doing it again in the tournament.
I will say, I think, and I know we'll talk about something else here, but, people are trying to denigrate what Michigan has done. Well, they bought a team. Yeah, in comparison to, they didn't recruit these guys, and homegrown and all that. It's not the Purdue lineup in which 4 of the 5 starters were recruited by Purdue. But I think somebody pointed out, one of the guys that came off the bench at, a Big Ten school, another guy was buried at North Carolina. The other guy was from UAB. I mean, they've done a lot with 4 of their 5 key guys are guys that other schools gave up on.
100%. And I mean, they did get a guy from UAB. I mean, it was like the kid from North Florida that went to Tennessee and lit it up. I mean,
right.
You are taking a bit of a chance when you're going after a Conference USA guy to be your, big scorer. And he's been tremendous all year long.
Yep.
So I'm with you, David. One quick thing. We were talking NBA. I didn't want to get it out. I want to thank a texter. The Luka thing you talked about, you can't put him on the court for a second. You've got to play 20 minutes to be part of your 65 games eligible. You can have 2 games that are near misses, they say, according to the NBA rules. So they can't get away with that for what it's worth.
So let me get this straight. If I start and you take me off the court after 3 seconds, it counts as a game played in the official NBA stats.
That's how I read it, David.
But it won't, you guys won't count it as one of my games played this year to make an all NBA team.
That is correct.
How is that allowed? So it counts big picture. It counts in your career. It counts in the record book. Like if somebody had a consecutive games played streak, okay, and the team wanted to keep the streak going. So he's got to play 15 plus minutes for it to, or is that enough? Does that count? Because it's just a consecutive game streak. It's not an all NBA team.
David, I don't know about consecutive games, but let's be honest here. If your consecutive game streak is kept because you're on the floor for the tip and then they foul a guy and they take you off the court, it shouldn't count. It's not a game played. It's something that someone's doing so down the road they can sell more tickets. It's a bunch of crap.
When Michigan's emptying the bench tonight with 43 seconds to go, did those 5 kids play in the national title game against UConn?
David, yes, they did. And none of those guys are eligible for postseason awards. You can argue this all day long. You have agreed with me wholeheartedly that the biggest problem this league has is load management. And now you're trying to make concessions so guys can get awards and get more money from that league. Come on.
I know. It just seems as if this league doesn't know what they're doing. But yes, it is. It's load management. We talked 10 seconds. You talked about it during the break in which you said, if you've got a kid whose favorite team or player and you take a look at the schedule and you go online and you pay all that money and you go to the game, and what are the odds that guy's going to play? Okay. Yes. Clint Eastwood on the porch. When we were growing up, there was a tremendous chance that when you traveled somewhere to see your favorite team play, the jersey of the guy you're wearing was going to play that night. And the fact that now it feels like it's a coin flip at best, that's a problem.
Yeah, you got to go look at the team you want to see and make sure they didn't play the night before. Hell, did they play 2 nights before? I mean, and how far is the travel between games? It's a bit of a joke, and not even a bit. It is a joke. We had Bob Harig on. I just got done before we had Bob racing through an article on how to pick the Masters winner. And it had all these different statistical criteria on how many, how they play, driving distance, all this crap. And they had Xander Schauffele as the one guy left because guys don't win this tournament back to back. Just different, certain things took Bryson out. That one took Scheffler out. One took Rory out. And other ones were taking lots of players at once. And Scheffler was their guy. And damned if Bob Harig didn't say he liked Scheffler's form coming into it. But John Rahm, who we mentioned, and you are a huge John Rahm guy. I would argue without ever having asked you right now, I think that's your favorite golfer.
Maybe. It might be DeChambeau, but yeah.
John Rahm is the second betting favorite. Scheffler at 5-1 is the betting favorite. And then, ironically, it's 2 live guys next. Rahm at plus 850 or 8.5-1. DeChambeau at 10-1. Then Rory at 11-1. Oberg 14-1. Schauffele 16-1. Cam Young and Matt Fitzpatrick are next. Tommy Fleetwood after that. 3 players at 30-1, including Justin Rose, Robert McIntyre, and Colin Morikawa. And I was about to pick Robert McIntyre because literally as he was going into Sunday in this tournament, I'm like, if he wins, I won't pick him because I just don't see guys going back to back that often. And he didn't win. And I'm like, ooh. So I started looking at his history at Augusta. And his first trip to Augusta at the beginning of this decade, he finished T12. It's the best he's done. He's missed the cut last time. He missed 2 tournaments where I don't think he was eligible for a couple of years. So I kind of ruled him out. But Patrick Reed, the guy I threw out there as kind of a sleeper long shot pick. Tell me you don't like Patrick Reed at 40-1, David.
Oh, I love it. Absolutely love it. Because here's the other thing. I prefer to pick a guy who I think isn't going to cough it up late. And I feel pretty good if Patrick Lead is a 2-shot lead on the 16th tee that he's going to get the horse into the barn. Now, somebody may catch him. They may birdie 2 of the last 3 holes to catch him. But I have a pretty good feeling that Patrick Reed's not going to spit the bit. Like, I want to pick Oberg. Okay? Oberg's had trouble closing lately.
Boy, has he ever.
Okay, and no offense, he got tied for the lead with 2 to play last year and threw up all over himself. Now, I could excuse that because he had never been in that position before. But, Mark, since then, it's kind of like Shane Lowry. Okay, Shane Lowry's thrown up all over himself the last 3 times he's been in position to win on the PGA Tour. Now, if it's the Ryder Cup, yeah, I couldn't bet enough money on these guys. But I want to put my money on a guy who I don't think's going to choke.
And, Akshay, who's had a great year. I mean, he really has 60 to 1. I mean, I think that's a fun sleeper pick. I wouldn't pick him to win it, but I love the odds. But I do think there's a really good chance that this winner could come from nowhere. I think we could get someone, whether it's their first major, whether it's their first Masters, because the way Scheffler's been playing, do you trust him? Rory's hurt. I just, and back-to-back there, I think there's a chance for us to get a new guy on there.
So are you saying we're going to have a Mike Weir, Len Matisse playoff for the Masters?
How much would you be surprised if that Junior Bridgman guy was taking on Minwoo Lee for the tournament, if you know what I mean?
You know what's going to happen. The guy who I quoted all the stats for you heading into the Players' Championship, who then missed the cut, he's going to win the Masters, right? Knapp. Because I told you to bet on him in the Players, and he missed the cut. So he'll win this week.
75 to 1. We'll talk the national championship. Josh Pastner coming up next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I know you're muted right now, David, but I can't believe I remember that from 15 years ago.
Oh yeah, it was classic. It was classic. The point of the column too was just that it was the 75th. It was going to be a Sunday column before the final round, and Rory had a 4-shot lead, and it was the 75th Masters. And Gary Player had won the 25th, and Jack had won the 50th. And so I just said, hey, it's the Masters historic anniversary. I mean, let's take a look at the leaderboard, and we got to pick somebody who we think historically is going to be a great player, because that's just how it figures to go. And I rattled off all the names, and then I just said, so the one thing we can rest assured is Charles Schwartzel is not going to win the Masters. So I was kind of having fun with his name. But so that happens. And oh boy, 2 years later, when was it, Mark? So Schwartzel's at the shootout. And Mark's like, you got to dig up a copy of that. And so I dig up a copy because my grandmother saved every column. She actually paid to get the Naples Daily News mailed to her in Jersey. She had every hard copy of every column that I wrote for the paper. I mean, just amazing. And I said to her, I go, I got to borrow this. And so we had it. We had it with us, and we were like begging everybody involved with the tournament. Mark is like, oh, you gotta just, honestly, of all the guys, we need 10 minutes with Charles Schwartzel. We may not even ask him a question. We're just going to put the column in front of him. Okay. He probably hasn't heard about it. He probably hasn't read it. And we could never get him.
Nope.
Out of all people, that guy big timed you and couldn't get him.
I think it was actually his pro-am time but yeah, we couldn't get him. It sucked. We would have had so much fun. Mark goes, I go, just go pour it on. Just make as much fun of me as you have to. Just. I mean, we're going to.
Yeah, that's a classic. I remember the other one was the Purdue football national championship pick.
Yes.
I don't know.
I had Joe Tiller on the air.
Yeah.
I had Joe Tiller on the air.
We got to get our guy here, Raj.
No.
Oh, yeah. I was having too much fun. I'll get him.
I know. I'm sorry.
He had like 21 starters back. He had his whole defense back.
By the way, the other shot, and I didn't know what year it was. The 75 Masters, Jack hits 1 iron from 230.
Yeah.
1 iron.
I believe the shot Harig was talking about, I thought Jack hit 4 iron from 213 on Sunday on 15. I thought it was a 4 iron from 213. Right. 1 iron from 230, 4 iron from 213. What are they hitting today? 7?
Maybe 6.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com. Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question is pretty simple, man. It's pretty simple.
Voicemail now.
Who you got tonight? You got Michigan laying the points? No, I'll take Michigan, but I don't think they cover. Tell you what, I got a feeling. Because it's, this Hurley guy in UConn, and it's a tournament. And they're pretty good at it. So that's our poll question.
I took Michigan. I laid the points. I actually went to the app and made the same bet. I'm that confident. Should feel good if you're a UConn fan. this will probably happen to me that Michigan will win and not cover, just to haunt me off twice, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Because if they're not going to cover, I want UConn to win. But I just think, I think Michigan's too good. It's funny, I got a text from one of my oldest friends, a guy that I grew up in my neighborhood with, and I knew he lived in Indiana, and he's been texting with me more lately because of what's going on in my world. And all of a sudden, I get a random text from him on Saturday. I'm sitting in a barbecue joint in Tampa, waiting for my barbecue and some sweet tea, by the way. And I get a text, and I look at my phone because I'm in line, and it's his shot of the stadium at Lucas Oil Field. And he was, one of the outside and then one basically mid-court way up high. But he made his way to the Final Four, and he's always been a big hoop fan. So I was like, good for you, man. You're there, and you got the opportunity to go, and it's not too far from where you live. Get it done. And he did, and he's always been a Michigan guy. So I got to see the Wolverines win on Saturday against Arizona.
If they were upper deck seats, would you go?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I would rather go Saturday than Monday because just to see two games.
Sure.
But
Josh.
I'd love to make it to a Final Four. It's definitely a bucket list item for me.
Josh Pastner is kind enough to join us. He's been to a Final Four. Head coach at UNLV, had an 18-win season this year. He's kind enough to join us on. I'm sorry. 18 the regular season, right?
Maybe you're right. Maybe it was 18. Was it 18 or 19? Man, I can't. Those wins are hard to get. So don't win. You're right. 18 wins. 18 wins.
I was going to say, all right, coming up on this. It's going to win.
You're right. I can't. I've had it's been a long off season trying to figure out what's going on with the portal. But you're right. 18
I was going to say the portal hasn't even opened up yet. You've already grabbed 6 guys and lost 7, right? I mean, seriously, before we get to the game tonight, how wild is this? How crazy is this coaching in 2026?
No, I'll tell you what. I mean, so when I took the job a year ago, we had nobody on the roster. Everybody was gone. Everybody was in the portal. I had assigned 13 new players. This year, right now, the way it's going again, I've been able to for sure keep 1. I've had a couple guys obviously go to graduation. I've had others said they're going to the portal, and I've got 2 guys remaining other than that 1 that I'm trying to keep, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. So you're starting over again, basically, and trying to sign maybe 13, 14 guys again.
How, on that note, and you already kind of explained how difficult is it, but you obviously want the best for your kids. And if a kid has a great year playing for you, it means financially they can triple, quadruple what they would make for you going somewhere else. At what point do you just say to the kid, you got to go? Good for you. Congratulations on the year. Go get paid. I mean, I know you want to keep all the kids, and I know it doesn't help develop kids, Josh, but at what point as a coach, when you're trying to make a better young man, do you just say, go?
Well, yeah. I mean, look at one of our selling points, because we really did this with our guys this year. We really increased their market value. We did a good job on getting guys who are probably under the radar, undervalue, and then the way we developed them with our system and how they played, they increased their value by a whole heck of a lot. And so that's part of our sell, and we recognize that. It's going to be hard to keep guys if they have good years with us, just because we're not in one of those Power 4 conferences, Power 5, Power 4 conferences where your NIL budget is going to be at such a level that that you're able to, a guy has a good year in a sense and able to pay him probably what he could get on the open market. And that's okay. That's just that we have to recognize that, and we realize that. And because we don't have the same budget as the Power 4, Power 5 schools. And so it's sort of like every time a guy has a good game, you just say, ching, 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 that the the cash register, you know what I mean? Just you can see the dollar signs going up every time a guy is, and that's just part of it. That's just part of the deal. Now, look, like we lost our starting point guard and our starting center before the year even started to foot injuries. And we started slow to start the season because we had to kind of figure some things out because, again, we had two really good players. And I've told people that you lose your starting point guard and starting center, most teams, not only in our league or around the country, you would take a nosedive and it would be hard to manage. Yes, when we lost those two guys before the season started, it made us struggle. We were up and down the first month and a half, 2 months of the season. But we were able to hang on and be able to survive and have a good first year in this rebuild, partly because we did a good job in finding guys who were, like I mentioned, undervalued, kind of spreading the wealth out of what we had. We didn't put it all in just in one or two guys. We really spread out so we could handle an injury or a misevaluation. Because in basketball, if you misevaluate and or you have an injury and you could really, it becomes really, really hard that you could have a nosedive of a year. Where in football, you misevaluate and or you have some injuries because the numbers are so big, you don't really feel it. But in basketball, you do. So it is like every decision you make in basketball, it's you've got to be forward thinking about all these things to making sure that you have enough to survive an injury or a misevaluation to be able to hang on during that season. Because as you guys know, in the end, the fans are only going to have the expectations that, hey, whether you have injuries or misevaluate, they want you to win and get to the tournament. And that's the expectations around the country.
Josh Pastner just finished his first year at UNLV, won 18 games. You can follow Josh on X at Coach the letter J Pastner, Coach the letter J Pastner, Pastner. All right. You were an assistant in this game many years ago. UConn, Michigan. Your thoughts on the matchup?
Well, you know what? I was at the game on Saturday. I was at both games. Saturday. Watched, UConn and Illinois up close. Watched Michigan, Arizona up close. First of all four teams were really, really good, very well coached. Michigan, I've been saying this from the beginning of the season because I was at the Players Era tournament. I was able to watch Michigan in person here in Vegas. And they were really, really good. And they dominated in the Players Era, and their size is at such a high level. I think Michigan, I've been saying this, is the best team in the country. I thought Arizona was the second best team in the country. And obviously Michigan not only dominated in the Elite Eight game versus Tennessee, which is very good, they dominated Arizona in the Final Four game. So you've got to just think going in, Michigan's going to win the game. But here's what I would say. Danny Hurley is just such a great coach. So is Dusty May, obviously. But Danny Hurley is a great coach. They've got really good players. He runs great offense. That being said, they're going to have to play such a high-level game to win this game, and they've got to hope that the way Michigan shot against Arizona, that they made all their shots in that game because they shot it at such a high clip. Again, just on paper, Michigan's the better team, and they're going to win the game. But in a one-game situation, and the kid Yaxel, who did have a little bit of a sprained ankle, or knee or ankle, whatever it may have been, if he's not fully 100%, that could maybe affect a little bit. But I think it's going to be one heck of a game. But you've got to, just on paper, it's going to be hard to beat Michigan, especially the way Mara played the other day versus Arizona. He was so good. His size, his length, he affected Arizona, which is a huge team, really big. And Arizona their freshmen look like freshmen. Michigan's an older team, so it's going to be one heck of a game. But you're going to have to keep, they're going to have to make a bunch of threes, UConn. I think that's their way to beat them. They've got the way they move without the basketball, and their cutting and spacing is a real threat and weapon. But they're going to have to shoot at a very, very high clip from three-point range tonight in order for UConn to win the game.
I didn't even realize this until right before we had you on, because I just assumed Michigan out-rebounded Arizona. Arizona won the battle on the boards. They won the battle by 6 on the offensive boards, and yet Michigan's second chance points was 19-12 over Arizona. That's where I think Michigan's lethal. How important is it for UConn to not allow Michigan those second chance points? Because it seems when they get them, Josh, they bury those threes.
Well, it was Mara who just was so good on that offensive glass. We had multiple guys who were, but Michigan's length and size. And what happened is Arizona on their penetration. Michigan was really able to get into the paint on their pick and roll into the drives against Arizona, and Arizona really rotated heavy with their front court, which allowed the weak side to get in there for unmissed shots on that offensive rebounds, especially the bigs for the quick putbacks. I thought Arizona should have just, and again, I'm sitting there in the stands. Arizona had, Tommy Lloyd's coach of the year. I did think that their way to neutralize Mara was to go right inside to Krivas more and just say, throw it to him, and try to just force them to have to guard them inside because Arizona is such a big team. Now, I don't think UConn has that size advantage like Arizona does, but UConn's got to be a great shooting basketball team tonight. They do move without the basketball such at a high rate because of the way they move without the basketball. They're screening. So you've got to force that front court that Michigan has. Those three guys from the 3, 4, 5 spot to have to be constantly moving and to have to guard on the perimeter. And I'm telling you, if UConn makes a bunch of threes, that's a different deal. The reason Michigan was able to play and have the lead that they had against Arizona, if you look at the box score, the 3-point shooting, they were at one time, they're shooting 40-some-odd% from three. So when you are playing at that level, and Arizona wasn't scoring, they had real struggle to score in the paint against Mara on the guard drives. They didn't really throw it as much down to the bigs who could back them down. It was more of the drives. Mara, the big kid from Michigan, really affected him with his length. But UConn's going to have to make a bunch of threes, and it's because of their movement without the basketball, their off-ball screening, that can give Michigan a problem.
Josh Pastner, men's basketball coach at UNLV. Josh, good luck filling up that roster. We really appreciate you making time for us, and hopefully we can catch up before the start of the year.
We look forward to it, guys. Hey, listen, if I can't sign some guys, I'm going to have to come to you and ask you, say, can you donate to the NIL so we can go get players? Heck, that's the whole thing now is fundraising. I know you guys. I got to send you the NIL link. The more we can get some donations, we can maybe sign some of these guys and go play against the Michigans and Arizonas. It's a wild time now in college athletics, isn't it? It's a wild, wild time. You can't, and I tell people all the time, you can't complain about it because this is the deal. Will they figure it out and try to get some guardrails? I sure hope so. But right now, this is how it is. You've got to figure it out with you got to fundraise, and you've got to be so good at talent evaluating, which you look at it, yep. Michigan and UConn, those guys are playing tonight. They've done such a great job of that. So it'll be a great offseason. I'm looking forward to it. And thanks for having me on, guys.
Josh Pastner, UNLV, joining us on the American Paint Supplies Hotline, your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. So let's see. We're getting hit up by UNLV, FIU, the locals, FGCU, JU, North Florida. They're hitting us up. It's a lot of money we're going to have to start shelling out.
You're right. I'm having lunch in a couple of weeks with an old friend that's a UNLV grad. I'll have to tell him Pastner wants your money.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
PA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So Josh was back out west. No wonder it took him a minute to answer.
Oh, he was? Okay. Oh, that was very nice of him to do that then.
Yeah, I thanked him again after the interview, and he said he was happy to. So that was cool.
He's been great. He was at Georgia Tech for all those years and was always great to us there too.
Seems like a great guy.
Yeah. I like not making excuses for NIL. I like just, this is the world we're in. I mean, ooh. Hey, I don't know if you've reached out to her recently, but with the executive order, and I think she was in Indianapolis, if Amanda Krasovich would come on in the next couple of days, I know she's been doing a lot on that stuff.
David Josh was back out west. I told Mark, so that was awesome that he did that. But no wonder it took him a minute to answer.
He and Jeff Fisher. Jeff Fisher came on with us somewhat regularly for a while. He kept getting up at 5:30 out west. He'd come on our show.
You're right, Trutharian.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour of Miller and Moulton on this first Monday of April. Thanks so much for being with us. We got the title game tonight. Focus of our poll question. It's Masters Week. We have a huge hockey game in Buffalo tonight between the Lightning and the Sabres. That's another one 6 months ago. Hey, Mark, let me tell you, biggest game the Lightning are going to play this regular season, April 6th at Buffalo.
Right, as the Panthers are already eliminated from the postseason.
Yeah, you just would have said to me, David, I've had a lot of fun doing this show with you. If it's okay, I'm going to look for a different co-host. If that's okay, yeah, sure, fine.
Actually, there's no way. Given what we've learned over the nearly 20 years together is to expect the unexpected. And so you can't take any outlandish claim and just brush it off anymore. You can't. Too many goofy things happen. And yet some schools and some places repeat the mistakes of others. We mocked Kentucky a year ago or a couple of years ago when they got rid of Coach Cal 2 years ago. And they didn't have a plan. They just thought it was the Kentucky job. People will want this job.
Right.
No one wanted it.
Who's going to say no to Kentucky? let me tell you who.
It's a long list. That same list are all saying North Carolina got so many coaches paid this offseason.
Oh, my goodness. I hope they're
so many coaches paid.
I hope they're all sending Hubert Davis a gift. I mean, seriously. Offered him something. Listen, we'll put you on a payroll, $50,000 consulting fee. You don't have to do a thing, but thank you.
I mean, Nate Oates just got paid. The guy at Vandy got paid. The guy at Zona got paid. I mean, this is.
Here's what I love. So Byington at Vandy gets paid. And yet the people covering the story still consider him the leading candidate to get the North Carolina job. Don't you think the Vanderbilt people, when they were sitting down to pay him, were discussing just that? I mean, hello? Who gets the contract extension with the big money and then 2 weeks later leaves?
So North Carolina still looking for a coach. I mean, the fact that Dusty May is even being considered to me is laughable. I mean, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, same circumstances, I get it. But Michigan dove into the deep end a couple of years ago. NIL came, and Michigan was unsure if they wanted to do it the way that Ohio State and the SEC were doing it. And then they went, we would really rather win than anything else.
Yep.
And they never had outwardly said that as a university.
Nope.
The athletic department always thought that, but the university was never fully behind the athletic department.
Nope. The Michigan
Academics
way.
meant a lot in Ann Arbor,
Yep.
and they still do. But winning means more. Donations come with winning.
Yep.
And
Yep.
they
And
made
that-
an Elite Eight in basketball on the women's side. They're playing for the title on the men's side. They just came, they won the title a couple years ago in football, and the hockey team's in the Frozen Four. They're in.
Remember, they had to outbid Indiana for Dusty May. He had the connections to Indiana. Okay, not
So-
Michigan. They had to outbid Indiana just to get Dusty May. And part of the outbidding was Dusty's like, well, how much are we talking a year on players and staff and what have you? And they're like, well, let me show you. And
What do
Indiana,
you need?
yeah, Indiana thought they had him. And Michigan's like, nah, we got Indiana covered. Don't worry about that. I mean, what's Signetti not lacked for, Mark, these last couple of years?
Nothing.
Resources. Nope. None. Said whatever he's wanted, he's gotten. His defensive coordinator has gotten 3 raises in a year and a half. 3. He's making almost $3 million a year. Would you go anywhere else? Your boss tapping you on the shoulder. Hey, I'm going to get you another raise. Okay.
Yeah, well, when early on, I thought for sure Penn State would do everything they can to get him. And they did, by all accounts. And he said, no, I'm good here.
Yeah, everything's fine.
I'm good.
Yep.
So I'll be curious what North Carolina ends up doing.
Apparently it's Billy Donovan or bust now. And Donovan said wouldn't leave the Bulls before the end of the season, no matter what. So this is the final week of the NBA regular season. So is North Carolina sitting around for another week? By the way, the portal opens up tomorrow, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, isn't
Yes.
it 15 days beginning tomorrow? So you mean to tell me, I mean, with all due respect, if you're North Carolina, this got to be signed in the drawer, right? I mean, this got to be a done
even
deal.
if it is, what do you tell the kids? Hold off on your portal. Here's what we're going to pay you, but hold off until we sign the coach. I mean, come
Well,
on.
No, I understand, but if you're North Carolina, you have to be assured he's coming, right? I mean,
Yes.
you can sacrifice 1 year of recruiting if you're getting the guy that you want, but you can't wait a week and then have Billy Donovan Sunday night next Monday go, nah, I'm going to stay in the NBA. So that's what leads me to believe if they're not turned into another candidate, they got a verbal agreement from somewhere that he's coming.
And then the other, I guess, big news, if you will, I believe it happened late Friday or Friday afternoon. President Trump signed another executive order. This one about college sports. And while everything that I read said that it's going to get challenged in court, how long is that going to take? What's it mean? We'll probably have more on this tomorrow. We wanted to get into the natty. We had some things we wanted to cover today. I'm sure we will get more into this as the week goes on. But, David, it's significant.
There's no doubt, Mark. There's no doubt. I mean, he is the president of the United States, and he said you're going to follow these rules. Okay. My guess is it's not just it'll go to court, Mark. I'm guessing, since it doesn't go into effect till August 1st, I am guessing that somebody somewhere is going to get an injunction putting this on hold until it's adjudicated. That's my guess. If this really goes into effect August 1st, and is going to take 2-3 years to fight in the courts, but we're going to have to live by these rules, then that would be something.
All right. Can I just ask a really stupid question? And maybe you're right, David. I don't mean to belittle you or be stupid with this question. How do you get an injunction before something's in place? And I don't know the answer. Like, I'm not trying to be smart. I don't get it. Can you? Someone help me here. So,
Or I'm guessing you could get it that goes into effect August 1st. Okay. The executive order goes into effect August 1st. Well, then this injunction will take effect August 1st. Oh, okay.
that'll get a judge in Mississippi. Find that same guy that gave Chambliss another year.
I know. Golly. Golly. Hey, did anybody else find the irony? We just had Josh Pastner on, and at the end, he was playfully saying, hey, I need some money. We're poor. Did anybody just of a certain age find the irony that the UNLV men's basketball coach doesn't have the money to go get players? I mean, don't you think somewhere Jerry Tarkanian is chomping on a towel, laughing his butt off?
And I almost asked Josh, but I know we wanted to get into the game. What's the whale got to give you in Vegas to make you guys the running Rebels again? You know what I mean? Come
Right.
on. You've talked, we've talked about it. We started in Southwest Florida. There's a lot of money in Naples. What's it take for one Naples billionaire to make that little school a big time school in basketball? Okay. Las Vegas. What's it take for one big whale? There's the big YouTube star, Mr. Beast, who's from Greenville, North Carolina, where my son went to school at East Carolina. It was floated out there that he might give that school $100 million for football. What would that do? So what's it take in Vegas? Because they don't care about the football team. They have one and they don't care. What's it take to make them the running Rebels again?
10.
I don't know.
It would take the whale giving up 10. Because, they'll have money from elsewhere, but the whale would have to give 10. Well, my understanding is Michigan's payroll is 11. Now,
Right,
obviously, payrolls go up every year, but I'm just saying, Michigan's playing for the title at 11.
And they're talking about, I don't know if I was reading over the weekend, David, that not only is payroll going up, but like literally for the big players, 5 to 7 million in basketball for a player they're talking about. And
Right.
the one thing that was pointed out in the article that I read that I do believe is that these players are all talking to one another. Dusty May has tried very hard in his locker room to not have the players discuss NIL with one another. Good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck. In theory, it's a wonderful idea, Dusty, and maybe it's working for you this year. But once the portal opens, they're not all, the agents now. A lot of them are going to have similar agents. They all know.
Mark, there's a figure out there that in the college football world that it's gone up 30% year to year, 25 to 26 to have the same roster would cost you 30% more. Well, then that for Michigan, that means 11 would become 14, right? And change.
Mm-hmm.
So, but what I think is that UNLV's probably got a few million. And then if a guy throws 10 on top of it, well, there we go. But, it's basketball. You don't need as many guys. I think to have them be UNLV again, somebody would have to, 5 for 50. I'll give you 10 a year for the rest of the decade. Okay. Go to work.
And as Josh said, though, you can't make a mistake with talent evaluation.
No.
Kentucky spent all that money. They didn't get the right guys. They didn't mix the team the right way.
No.
So all the money in the world doesn't ensure a championship. You have to spend it, but you've got to be right and you've got to avoid injury.
I know I've said this quote a few times before. It was the last days of Bobby Bowden at Florida State. And Gary at a production meeting asked him, what happened? He said, we picked the wrong guys. We got everybody we wanted. We just picked the wrong guys.
Miller and Moulton. A couple of other things that happened over the weekend we haven't gotten to that I'll try to get to next, plus the good, the bad, and the ugly, 25 minutes away.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in, 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I understand, Puck, what you're talking about at your workplace, but we are talking about this is multiple workplaces. I'm not saying that Dusty May's not getting that done with Michigan players. What I am saying is that the Michigan players know what the Ohio State players are making, and the Ohio State players know what the Michigan State players are making, and they know what the Mississippi State players are making. That's the problem. These guys all have a really good idea of what the going rate is. And I think you're right that it's wonderful at a particular workplace. But whatever your workplace is, you're selling widgets. The other widget company in town, if they're paying 20% more, your employees are going to find out about that. That's really the point that I'm making. And the fact that I just went widget really bothers me. It really does. I've got to be perfectly honest with everyone. I'm a little embarrassed and I'm a little upset with myself. And by the way, as someone who's, because everything's so damn expensive, I am cheap, particularly when it comes to grocery shopping. I look for bargains at grocery stores. This particular Walmart is one of the more, by where I'm at, is maybe one of the more interesting Walmarts I've ever been to. There is literally a police officer with the lights on in the parking lot, no matter what time of day you go there. No matter what time. Hillsborough County Sheriff right by the door all the time. Oh yeah, Edison Mall's that way too? Okay. I'm amazed that place is still open. Well, I will say, I think we've got like 6 votes on our poll question. I'm guessing more than 6 of you voted already. But when I saw a Buster only poll question that had 260 votes, I went, okay. because he usually gets thousands. I mean, he's got hundreds of thousands of followers. I mean, we don't get a ton, but we were doing about 140 a show. And now we're doing literally like 15. Something's going on. And I kind of looked it up online and they say there have been glitches, but I don't know. Maybe I'll shut my computer off, turn it back on, and see if that does anything. Because I have left this computer on since I've been here. Yours counted. I don't even know if mine did, to be brutally honest with you. Mine haven't been counting recently. And I don't think we got just, I mean, look, I know our show's not that popular, but I think we've got more than 7 votes today on a poll question.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Good, bad, and ugly. What's on tap? Today was the day when. Some final thoughts. All coming up on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
So a couple of things happened over the weekend. One, I think it probably won't shock you because you know that my son's here as my caregiver for a week. Right. I watched a college baseball game on television this weekend.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me.
ESPN Plus. For those of you that think college football or college basketball takes too long, you're right. But it's nowhere near in the vicinity of just how long college baseball takes. Holy cow, if they ever want that sport to work. And, there was a lot of people talking when ESPN lost the Major League Baseball contract. Hey, why not put college baseball or college softball on Sunday? You can't put college baseball on Sunday. You'd have to start it at 6 o'clock to get SportsCenter on in time. It's ridiculous. It's 4 hours for every game. It was so bad the announcers were commenting how long it was taking.
It's been this way for a while. It has, yet I will say the sport is getting more and more popular. But the one thing the sport does have that Major League Baseball doesn't have anymore, there are a lot of arguments in college baseball. I mean,
angst too. They get on one another, David.
They do. Okay. I mean, there was an incident over the weekend in which it took the umpires and most of one team's coaching staff to keep the opposing manager out of the other team's dugout. If I was in the other team's dugout, I would have been like, let him go. We'll kick his butt.
But they're trying to crack down on the showmanship, and one team one-ups the other. I think it was a North Carolina Vaught Tech game a couple weeks ago that went just bat blank crazy. The game I watched, when the coach was warned, and then he yelled at it. I mean, he's like yelling at his own dugout, "Stop it! Don't cost us a game," or whatever the case may be. But it is something. I will say, if you get a chance, you all remember the Canseco home run, and not the one that he hit, The one that went off his noggin and over the fence.
Right.
There was an insignificant college baseball game, and I only saw this on X. It was Butler against Highland. I don't even know who Highland is. The guy was at least 8 feet inside the warning track. The ball went off his head and out of the park. I mean, the ball had to bounce 20 plus feet off of the man's head and be a home run. It's a wild video that they have up there. Also from our senior insight extraction specialist. A little fun fact for you. I thought I'd get these out today. Only one franchise has an all-time record against the Yankees of 500 or better. Care to guess who it is?
Well, I know.
I know you know. I'm just letting the audience play along for those of you that are out there. It's the Miami Marlins. How about that? But the other baseball thing I'll give you, David, and I know you saw it. How about Joe Adell for the Angels?
Oh, my goodness. Arguably the greatest defensive performance in the history of the sport.
Correct. He robbed 3 home runs in one game, including one in the 9th, to save the game in a 1-0 shutout.
Now, you know, at least one of the ones that he saved, I think it's a homer. To me,
it was the one in the 9th.
Right, because he ended up in the crowd. He was at the low part of the wall. He jumps up. Okay, does the ball end up in the glove? Yes, it does. Does the ball, the glove, and the player end up in the first row? Yes, they do. I think it's a homer.
I always have. I'm with you on this. Always have been.
All right, but nope. If you catch it, you catch it. Okay, so it was an out.
It wouldn't be if we were running baseball.
You don't see the glove for the whole. You can't see the glove for the whole time from the field.
Well, but I mean, fortunately, there was no. There have been instances when guys going down the first or third base line go into the crowd, and they don't catch it, but they find they stuff it into their glove and they get away with it, at least before replay. But I mean, he did catch it.
And this has always been the rule.
Yep.
And Miller and Moulton have never agreed.
See, to me, it doesn't matter if he caught it and then falls over the wall. To me, you did not keep the ball from going over the wall. The ball is in the first row.
And this is, I think we agree on this, David, but for a fair foul, the foul territory extends to infinity. So if you have to hop the fence, walk up the stairs 15 rows and catch the ball, it's still a foul ball.
Correct.
But the fence, it's a home run when it goes over the fence.
Right. Right. The ball ended up over the fence. The fact it ended up in his glove, because he and the glove fell over the fence, that's a homer. But we're in the minority. That's not the rule. That's not the rule.
But 3 robbed home runs in one game for the right fielder, Joe Adell from the Angels. It's, as David said, it's certainly the best right field performance ever. You could argue it's the best performance ever by a defensive player, particularly in the outfield.
Well, I mean, I don't think all those homers were solo homers either. But it was a 1-0 game. I mean, how can you not say, well, he won the game?
So, fun little feat over the weekend. Big Tampa sports day today. Tampa St. Pete sports day, I should say, because the Rays are back in the Trop. The newly refurbished Trop. Jay McClanahan on the mound for the home opener. Sold out today at 4 o'clock. And then this evening in Buffalo, the Lightning and the Sabres with first place on the line, as well as Tampa still has a very good shot, particularly if they win tonight, to be the first overall team in the conference. And come on now. Even if you're that confident that Tampa gets through Buffalo in the playoffs or Montreal or whoever you think it may be that they play, I think the difference between playing Boston and whoever the other wild card is significant. I think Boston's been playing better lately. And obviously, home ice in a game 7 in a conference final matters.
I think it is significant. I think Boston's a much more dangerous first-round opponent than whoever that last wild card ends up being. Whether it's Detroit, whether it's Ottawa, whether it's the Islanders, whether it's Columbus. See, Boston's got a goalie. Boston's got a stud forward, a stud defenseman, and a stud goalie. Okay? That's ingredients to steal a series. I would be shocked. Okay? Ottawa's got awful goaltending. The Islanders have a goalie and no defense. Detroit can't score. Who's the other one? Okay,
well,
Columbus.
You got Columbus and Philadelphia because Philadelphia right now is in. I think Ottawa's got a goalie. That's just me, but
so to me, I think there's a big difference between facing the first wild card and the second wild card in the East.
But I'm definitely with you on the other point with Boston. You're talking about Pastner, you're talking about McAvoy. I mean, these are legitimate stars. And a big difference to me between the 1-8, 2-7 game, if you will, and then it goes back inside the division. So a lot on the line for the Lightning tonight in Buffalo, and the Rays with their home opener, 4:10 first pitch at the Trop.
They've got big-time music performers, a couple of country stars that are singing before and singing the anthem. Okay, the Cubs in town.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie, John, and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The Floormeisters just doesn't sell Cortec and carpet. They also sell a lot of wood. And what better time than now to stop in and see the nice folks at Floormeisters for some new hardwood for your home. With white oak wood starting at $4.99 a square foot, that makes it affordable for everyone. With 10 colors to choose from, they have a color for everyone. So stop in. 6281 Naples Boulevard, right next to Costco, or go to the web. It's floormeisters.com. Floormeisters.com. Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea, and by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good luck getting a Masters ticket. SeatGeek not even selling them. Very fearful of the resale thing going on with the folks at Augusta. Better know a guy, because online they're going to catch you.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Home stretch, Miller and Moulton on this first Monday of April, National Championship Monday, beginning of Masters Week. Thanks for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X.
At the very least, Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. Talk a little National Football League with him, although it's starting to get to the, we'll start talking a little more draft now, I would imagine, because the free agent stuff mostly done, at least until the draft, right? I mean, Pat's kind of said this for a while, that you're not going to sign a lot of free agents at this point of what's left until after you draft.
No, Bucks had one over the weekend. They brought in a 32-year-old defensive lineman, Raheem Nunez Roches, who had been with them when they won the Super Bowl with Brady. Okay, so they decided not to wait. They figured they needed him back. He was glad to come back, 1-year deal, veteran minimum, I believe. But yeah, if you waited this long, if you're the team, unless you get a steal, unless a guy really lowers their price mark, you just go to the draft and then you call him back.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
1896. The Olympic Games are reborn in Athens 1,500 years after being banned by Roman Emperor Theodosius. I'll go with that. 13 nations competed in the international competition. Today in 1889, this guy named Eastman started selling Kodak film. Wonder what ever happened.
Worked for a long time.
Sure did. David, a big day today in 1930. Bakery executive James Dewar was looking for a way to keep his company's shortcake baking machinery busy when strawberries were out of season. He injects one of the cakes with a cream filling, and he dubs the creation the Twinkie.
Oh, wow.
Those Twinkies that were packaged in 1930 are still available on grocery store shelves today. Arnold Palmer wins his first of 4 Masters titles today in 58. I doubt you know this, but I'm going to try, because if you do, I may not even talk the rest of the show. I may let you do whatever you want. Today in 73, MLB's first DH. Do you have any idea who it was?
Ooh.
Do you want the team?
No, I did at one point in time. No, like I knew the first year they went to the DH in the World Series, and I know who the 2 DHs were. It was Yankees Reds in 76. It was Piniella and Dan Dreesen, but no, this one I don't have.
It was Yankees Red Sox. Louis Tiant walked him on 5 pitches. And David, like I said, if you'd have had it, I'd have been done. I'd have quit. Ron Bloomberg.
Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
And you actually know who that is.
Well, yeah, I grew up in the New York metropolitan area. I do, he was a lefty power hitter, and in that stadium, yes.
Couple of things today in 74. It was the year they were redoing Yankee Stadium, so it was the Yanks' first home game at Shea. They would beat the Indians 6-1. And there would be 200,000 people at the Ontario Motor Speedway in Ontario, California for the California Jam. I just love this. Here's your lineup. The big bands at the lineup at the California Jam. Earth, Wind, and Fire, Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, Emerson, Lake, and Palmer. Because we have a lot of shows like that today.
Right.
Earl Weaver wins game 1,000 today for the Orioles in 79. Gordie Howe completes a record 26th NHL season today in 1980. Couple of biggies in 87. One on the field, if you will, in the ring, and the other on Nightline. Al Campanis made the idiotic statement that blacks are not equipped to be in baseball management. Sparked obviously a huge racial controversy.
Oh, I was watching it live and was like, did he just say that out loud?
And that same night, Sugar Ray Leonard beats Marvelous Marvin Hagler at Caesars Palace. Don't get me started. 1992, the first game at Camden Yard. 93, the Marlins lose their first ever game to the Dodgers. 2019, the Lightning finish their season with their 62nd regular season win, tying the NHL record with the Wings from the 95-96 season, and then they'd get walloped.
I was going to say, and that was their last win of the year.
Yep, they got swept by Columbus, and things changed in Tampa quickly. And it was a year ago today that Ovechkin scored number 895. Merle Haggard would have celebrated a birthday today, so you might want to listen to Mama Tried. Billy D. Williams is 89 and probably still looks great. Bert Blyleven, friend of the show, is 75. Marilou Henner from Taxi, she's 74. Sterling Sharp, 61. Actor Paul Rudd, 57. Ole the goalie, Olaf Kolzig, is 56. Friend of the show, Lou Merlone, 55. And the Red Wings player, the only one I really feel like they can't trade, Mo Sider, he's 25. What did I miss, David?
Post-it note. Do you have that?
No.
I believe it was today in 1980 that 3M began selling the Post-it note. Boy, how much money have they made off those?
Were you ever a big Post-it note guy? I would think in the sports biz. I mean, you like to write things down. Were you ever a Post-it note guy?
No, but a sports director I worked for had Post-it notes everywhere. Everywhere. Hated it.
They're messy.
I just asked him. I go, there's no rhyme or reason. You just, post one here, post one here. I go, can there be, do you go by time of day? Do you go by, list of things you want done in an order? I go, what am I supposed to do with this? This is like jambalaya of Post-it notes on a wall. Where am I supposed to start?
Kind of like that person on Facebook that posts their picture of their meal followed by someone dying in the family right after one another.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
David, we go to your former job place. No, not any TV station. A man who was working for Domino's as a second job for 14 years was just 26 days from retiring when he was delivering a pizza, and Dan Simpson, the delivery driver, noticed that the order included a 2-liter of Diet Coke, but the shop was out. Instead of canceling that part of the order, he went to a nearby convenience store to buy the soda for the customer. When he presented the pizza and the sodas to the customer, who was blown away that this guy went out of his way to get him Diet Coke, he said he didn't have any extra cash to add to his tip. and he felt badly. And Simpson said no problem, and he did give a $6.33 tip on the credit card. So he had actually given a good pizza tip, in my opinion.
Right, sure.
But he still felt badly. He then sent a $50 gift card to the guy as an extra thank you for it and retiring. And he posted the Ring camera footage on a GoFundMe. He's raised now $24,000 for the guy.
Damn.
Damn right.
For a bottle of Diet Coke?
2 liter, couple of 2 liters the guy brought.
Wow. So he spent $6, right?
Yeah.
7? Spent $7 maybe? Okay. At a convenience store, he paid top dollar. He might have paid 8. It's worked out okay.
We go to Tampa for the bad, where a Tampa man was driving a U-Haul around the city in the middle of the night. And Luis Pedroza had committed a few traffic violations before the Hillsborough County Sheriffs pulled him over. He kept driving for a mile until they finally got him to pull over. And they thought something might be up, so they brought the canines in and found 5 pounds of Peruvian marching powder in the U-Haul.
Here we go.
Hate it when that happens. And finally, the ugly, we go to Bonita Springs, where a Bonita Springs man was arrested because, well, he was trying to get into an HOA neighborhood, and he was tailgating the guy in front of him. And the guy in front of him said, you have to wait until the gate goes down and wait your turn. Well, James Pugin, 74, didn't like that very much. So he attacked the man. He said, blank you, I live here. And when the victim tried to take a photograph of his license plate, he got out of his truck and punched the man. Then he grabbed a 4-foot piece of wood from the bed of his pickup and hit him over the head with it. He was arrested without incident. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, April the 6th. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department, offering great jobs for new officers. Big signing bonus, great pay, benefits, and overtime opportunities available, as well as other jobs with the Cape Coral Police Department. For all information, capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
4 NHL games. They all have playoff ramifications. The one we're most interested in, Tampa Bay at Buffalo. The one that actually could have the most meaning. These two teams are tied for the final wild card out west. Nashville and the LA Kings playing each other in Los Angeles. 5 games in the NBA. The NBC Peacock game is the Knicks and the Hawks in Atlanta. Mark, your Pistons, I believe, with a win in Orlando tonight, clinch best record in the East.
See, I thought they already had it, but that's just me. The way I've got it on my scorecard is that they've already clinched the conference, but they might have the tiebreaker with Boston. That could be
there you go. They have the tiebreaker because they could, they lose, they win, they finish tied. So, okay, well, in that sense, what do the Pistons have to play for? But they're 2.5-point favorites against the Magic, who are desperately trying to avoid the play-ins. Obviously, we got the title game tonight. 6.5, is that the number we're going with?
6.5.
You're laying it for sure.
Already done it. Already done.
I mean, I can quote all these stats. It seems foolish to bet against UConn. They've played 12 games from the Sweet 16 on the last 4 years, or 11-1 straight up and 12-0 against the number.
And all of that is obviously factual. I just think this team is so much better than everybody else. I thought the only team that was close was Arizona, and they destroyed them.
Well, I'm with you. I mean, that's a team who I thought was going to win it. And they whooped them. Rays, home opener, 4 o'clock against the Cubs. Marlins back home after losing 2 of 3 in the Bronx. They're taking on the Reds. Cincy and the Marlins, both 6-3. How about that? But and nearly everybody in action tonight. Tell you what, could get late early in Boston.
Just going to say that. Who do they have coming to town? Maybe the team. I think they're the best record in baseball right now.
Right. Brewers and Dodgers tied with the best record at 7-2. Milwaukee at Boston, 7-2 against 2-7. Red Sox need some wins. So, World Series rematch north of the border. Dodgers, Blue Jays. North of the border, that's a big deal. South of the border, not so much. So
Sale on the hill for the Braves tonight. 2-0 start for Chris Sale. He's taking on the Angels.
And how ironic, they got 4 starters on the injured list. And what's their earned run average? Isn't it like the best in baseball?
They're tied with the Yankees. They've each given up 22 runs. And the Yankees and Braves gave up. I think the Braves gave up 6 yesterday and the Yankees gave up 7. Unbelievable.
Right. I think going into Saturday, the Braves has given up like 12 runs all year. Right. All those injuries.
That is remarkable how well their pitching started. Because you heard me say it on the show. The Marlins got to get off to a good start because the Braves have pitching problems early.
Right.
Yep. Sale 2-0 with a .75 ERA.
Right. So there you have it.
All right, I'm taking Michigan and laying the points. I've said it all show. You've kind of talked on both sides. I need a definitive pick from you, David.
I'm taking Michigan to win. I'll take UConn to cover. And I like the Lightning to win tonight, 4-3.
Miller and Moulton. Pat Kerwin tomorrow.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
PA Commissioner Adam Silver will visit Lee County in April as he is recognized by the Edison Awards as their Achievement Award honoree. His recognition not only highlights his leadership within professional sports, but also his broader influence on business, technology, and social responsibility. The Edison Awards recognize thought leadership from around the globe, making Silver's visit a significant moment for Lee County. Visit EdisonAwards.com for event details and tickets. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thanks, Raj.